96.6, do you copy?
I do.
Ah, marbles. Just the one I was looking for.
Why did you just send that bear after me?
Oh, you got a bear.
It hit me twice in my car. And then
It
I
hit
just heard
you through
another
the
bear.
car.
Yeah, it hit me through the window. I was bleeding. It sucked.
What the fuck? I did not know they could reach through.
Wolves can too. They got my brother through a car door. So what did you need me for? To get
1
that
second.
escort?
Dealing with the general.
Hey, radio check, radio check. Anybody out there?
Oh God, not that guy.
Oh God, not that guy.
Well, I'm here, and so's that lovely lady, Aisling. She's dealing with a general apparently right now, so she's quiet.
Ah, I just woke up.
Yeah, a bear hit me through the truck. I nearly died.
You deserved it.
It hit me, like it got me 2 bleeds, and then I managed to back up the truck and ran it over.
Oh, jeez.
And now I hear another bear, and I don't want, like I climbed up a ladder, and I'm like, I don't want to go down. I don't know where it's at.
Like, what are you doing? Are you in like bear country?
Kind of in rabbit country, if you know what I mean.
Oh, yeah. You.
I might have came down to do a little construction.
A little forced construction?
Yes. And then I learned that he doesn't have a shovel, so I've been running around trying to find a shovel or a pickaxe.
Would you be upset if I told you I just burned a shovel?
Not really. I mean, unless you pulled the one out of my barrel.
No, it was a random one. I didn't think I didn't think you'd really miss it.
No, I mean, I got one shovel in case I need it.
Well, I'm at the community center.
Alright.
I don't know if you want to swing by, pick me up. Or I can start running some ways.
Yeah, I told you, I'm at rabbit country trying to build. I'm not getting in the truck to come back up.
Go, gotcha.
Frequency 96.6. Oh, marbles, do you copy still?
Yeah, and so does my weirdo brother that you had the unfortunate of meeting.
Wow, they just gonna put it like that, huh?
Well, you did shoot
You
me in the
shot
ass.
her.
Okay. Yeah, I did shoot her in the ass, and then I gave her free meat.
I thought I was the one that shoved all the meat in her backside.
What? No,
Ugh.
I gave her fresh meat.
Yeah, well, I give her nice bear meat. You know, nice girthy meat. Just shoved it right in her bag.
I mean, is this turning into like a competition thing?
I did it first. But anyway, what did you need me for?
Right, our marbles. Fit apparently has it is. I got home and I found one of those masks you were looking for.
Excellent.
It's very odd. I normally don't see masks pop up around here. yesterday was very odd. You know, no supplies, just mass, endless waves of mass all about.
Yeah, yesterday was a weird day for looting. Today seems much better.
It does. But, I just wanted to tell you so you could secure a pen off to the side for us.
So I could secure what?
A pen? A writing tool.
Oh,
For the
there's a pin
mask.
in the barrel that my brother could get.
Oh, really? Really? I gotta go all the way back?
It's fine, you don't have to right now. It's not urgent.
Alright, I'll turn around again.
Boy,
Well,
not
maybe it's
urgent.
urgent. I guess it depends how much you want the pin.
Oh, I'm desperate for one. Any type of writing tool. However, I am a bit busy, so I just wanted to let you know so you could secure it off to the side.
So, let's just say, yeah, it's secured.
I don't know what it is about your voice, but it seems like every word is a lie. Is it the tone?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Something about your voice makes it feel as if every stinking word is a lie.
What are you talking about? I'm very truthful. I'd say you get his marbles, but I have a feeling he would lie.
What do you mean? I'm the truthful one.
Did I hear that that rabbit fellow needs a shovel?
Well, yes, he does need a shovel. Or a pickaxe, you know, something to bury posts.
The best I can do was a hacksaw.
Well, so happens that we have us some, but I'd have to ask my companion first.
Oh, I thought you just met him, but now he's your companion?
Hi, like traveling, partners, group. Kind of like your group, the Summoned.
Okay, I got it. He's your partner in Screw. Like, you just need to calm down.
What? No, not. I just meant like, you know, you find people who don't shoot you and you team up.
I didn't shoot you. Does that mean you want to team up with me?
Hold on, yeah, but what if I did shoot you and didn't? Would you not want to team up then?
Not with you, but your brother seems quite polite.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I mean, Mom gave me manners.
Well, your brother seems far more apologetic, which is odd. You wasn't the one who shot.
What? I think, you know, killing Dad, losing his daughter, like, he became a dick after that. Which is why I love him.
Why? Cause you love dick?
Isn't that sweet?
Hey, Proxy. How's your vacation going?
What would you want in return for a shovel?
Again, that's something I'd have to talk to Hunter about, not my call. I could do so right now, or just let him know that, you know, we're on the radio. We're a bit separated at the moment.
So I thought you were partners. Why do you have to ask him for permission? Is he your boss?
normally polite. I don't like making calls.
You still up in the mountains there?
Give me a moment. I'll take a peep at the radio frequency we're normally on.
It's extremely smoky out there due to the wildfires. Oh, that sucks.
You're right.
So what are you up to, Corvus?
Shooting dead people.
You know, I saw our weirdo cousin earlier. He said something about having a dream about, you know, work nightmares and stuff. I mean, I was like, wow, that sucks.
Is he still having those nightmares?
Yeah, apparently the nightmares go until like 1 in the morning. Which is very specific for a nightmare, but yeah, apparently.
I mean, if it gets just so often, you know, I guess you get used to timing it.
Alright, sorry about that. He should be around shortly, at least on this frequency.
Well, I think I might work my way over to Rabbit Country.
That's good.
So I'm pretty sure I just left.
You're not subtle.
What? With Rabbit Country?
A man introduces himself as Rabbit, and then you say you're off to Rabbit Country.
Yeah, but they'd have to know where Rabbit actually lives.
I mean, she knows. That means she could jump you on the way back and shoot you in the ass.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! I thought we were all squared away on this one.
Well, I ain't no hard feelings on this side. I'm not one for grudges.
And I gave you all that meat.
You recall I gave it back at you at the sub.
Back at this. No. When we got back, I killed the boar that everybody was looking for.
Oh, boy, that's right.
Is those wildfires kind of ruining the trip a little bit though? Or is it just kind of like extra smoky for it? Probably also the bugs though, doesn't it?
Hey, Hunter, you on yet?
Aye.
Let me see. I think I just want to go all the way straight south here.
That rabbit fellow's in need of a shovel or a pickaxe.
And head out west.
Whoever's at rabbits needs a pickaxe or shovel.
Aye.
Look, Rabbit needed some remodeling and I'm helping him out.
Forcefully.
As luck would have it, that Corvus fellow is on the way there. If you wanted to trade, we could just simply leave it out in the open as he cuts through.
This is where, you know, Corvus, you know, she might not hold a grudge, but if she told him, he might hold a grudge and he might do it to you.
Okay, well. Well, I mean, is this how it's always gonna go? You shoot somebody in the ass one time?
I cannot speak for him. I don't know if he holds grudges yet.
Well, I mean, he's on the radio, right? Alright, this should be the split down here.
Aye. Sometimes he gets a bit focused. Hunter.
So Hunter, can we borrow the shovel or no?
You didn't do it? Didn't do what? Hold on, did I... There's the road. Don't follow those. Especially when I can barely see here. No, I was playing last night.
Up to you.
We had a pretty big run with like 5 of us, 6 of us almost, something like that. But before that, we heard gunshots and we were tracking it down, and I thought somebody was pointing, so I gave him kind of a warning shot. But it was more like a butt shot. And it turned out it was a lady named Ashling. So, oops. Did I poof somewhere randomly? What do you mean?
Did you get an actual apology?
Define actual.
I'm not sure exactly what you meant. I did have to do something before I started stream though. Because I was working on something.
Personally, I just
gonna say-
take it, you know, as a form of an apology. I wasn't killed.
I'm just gonna point out I'm the one that asking for the shovel. I didn't shoot her in the ass. Like, that has nothing to do with me.
This is why I lean more towards letting you use it.
And try to stay in the trees a little bit more. At least it's like even though it's only a little bit, it's still like a little warmer. Just being over on this side.
Pardon, my head sort of drifted and then, you know, zoned out, and now the voice is caught up. If anyone asks me a question.
Oh. Did you
I mean, he asked if
move
you got
me?
an apology, and then that was about it.
Oh. Aye, from the brother Marbles. But he wasn't the one who shot me, but the one who wants the shovel, aye? and I asked the point out hunter, had I not been likely kidnapped, I wouldn't have found those lovely documents. Been given them by rabbit.
Let me see. Yeah, because I should still be going like on this
Just to let you know, I
road.
don't care if we let them borrow the shovel. It's going to Marbles anyway. Not the lazy
It's
one.
fine.
Aye, alright.
Unless I might have taken the early road here.
Well,
Hey.
you know where to go with the shovel.
I don't see this little body of water on here. Or the
Fine.
bridge.
I'll be on my way shortly.
On a side note, did you guys ever get a ride?
Am I lost already? I might
Oh,
be.
but I spotted a lovely looking car that could be up and running soon. We're just focusing on something else at the moment.
Oh, so you don't want a truck?
So, taking that north.
Well, that'd be more Hunter's bag if you want to talk to him about that. I'm going to start moving out to keep my voice at a low whisper.
Alright.
So we have a north road and then one going west. Oh, is that what it is? They just don't show up. So northwest, and there's a road that goes west. Should actually be go this way. Cause what I got? Food I'm good on. Southwest. The in-game map has more detail than the external one. Oh, this one right here? This one kind of reminds me, like it pulls off like a simplified I Survive map. Though if you put my map. But if you like do this one, which is eye killing, the names are a little bit easier to see. So we're like, you know, the marker numbers. At least somewhat. I've seen that be like an issue on a lot of maps lately. You know what I should do? I should turn on the 3D map. So the one, like the one you can hold up in your hands. That way you can do, you know, you can use this method or put it in your hands to open it up. Which I think would be a good idea. So rest. You used to use some weird thing, or like ZAM? Do you use like the ZAM maps? So keep going. This is more south, yeah. there's some things about Zam that I kind of just like that one better. That is a nice feature of the Zam ones, yeah. Like you hover over like the marker and it like gives you like a pop of like what that actual marker is.
Hi, Marbles, do you coffee?
I do.
Alright, just giving you a heads up. I'm starting to arrive. You'll start hearing some off shots as I work my way through.
Alright.
In other words, don't shoot her in the ass. Well, last night we a group of us, we actually made it out to the that submarine. Did I fix the building? The loot, the whole like the looting
I
issue.
would appreciate that. Sleeping was very uncomfortable.
Or do you mean actually like building items?
I'm at the main door.
Okay, I know you might be uncomfortable, but can you come to the back door?
Why that make me uncomfortable? The one by your truck.
Yes.
Like,
I mean, we were just talking about you being shot. Yeah, so I didn't know if mentioning a back door was a problem.
Hey, I think I actually made it to where I was trying to go. Yeah, fences, crates, that should all be fixed now.
Are you hungry?
I never
I
turn
mean,
down food.
I mean, I just killed the bear. Hold on, where's the crowbar? Give me a second, you can come in.
Alright.
You know, I don't want you, but I do want you.
No, we thought it was odd that he set it up all the jars too. You know, crooked.
He said originally he had it like set up okay, but apparently termites got it, and then he just hastily threw this one out.
Why? Oh. Termite.
Does this building have a door? So what else? Oh, you're not a fake building. You're an actual real building. Oh, never mind.
Alright, you can come in, and here, I'm gonna just throw my bag on the ground and you can see.
All right, so we're at the bridge. You did. I thought somebody may have been aiming at our group last night, and we got up behind them and it kind of gave them a warning shot by shooting a 380 into their ass.
Thanks, we consider that the trade.
Because I have the bison with a scope and a silencer. So I may have popped them one, you know? So we'll just cross over and
Set up he has here.
Yeah, I know, it's a large, nice building.
Oh, he's got this nice attic.
and then we kind of friendly kidnapped her. And brought her along for the whole submarine trip.
Your shots.
It's not near us.
I'm on my way back.
Those shots weren't near me at all.
It's north.
Well, I mean, I'm north, but I'm not close enough to hear that then.
I'm on my
Shit.
way.
Hey, loving the karma. Thank you for the follow. I'm doing all right. I'm a little under the weather. How's your day going?
Second one.
That'd be interesting. Yeah, I don't know if you kind of pull something off there for that whole bridge area.
Right, cool. Thank you, Molly.
Yeah, thank you as well.
Hi.
You're gonna be an issue.
See nothing about it.
I hear another one coming.
Do you need any of this stuff?
Ah, shoot. Oh, no, I'm not. Do not have stamina for this.
Okay, because I find a ton of it. Alright, see ya.
Oh, same here.
Ooh. Oh. Oh. So, well, these Zeds almost just got murdered. That was fun.
What's that?
They almost got murdered.
How did you almost get murdered?
Apparently, I silent shot one Zed, and all the other ones decided to come find out what the shot was.
Yeah, that happens. Silenced weapons don't affect them.
Nope. Nope, apparently not. Yeah, no, it's been, Namalsk has been fun, even though for as much as I hate cold. That really was close. That they would have knocked me out, and I may have been like flashing right if they did.
What type of pistol were you using?
Just my trusty Bison.
Not to do it.
Have you been paying attention to make sure your suppressor doesn't get ruined again?
Well, I'm always on top of that. I would never let it get, you know, less than one. The cold is coming soon enough for us. Do you mean on like on Cherno? Yeah, the 6 symbol is the frostbite. A lot of us actually get frostbite coming back from the sub. Not even going to the sub, coming back from the sub. Like we got all the way out there in a blizzard. No frostbite. Blizzard stops.
That seems like a waste.
Oh, the Northeast Hill? I got, you know, yeah, IRL wise, yeah, I got cold coming for me. I'm not looking forward to that either. There was some great pictures of from last night. You know, I do have that extra one, so it's actually not that bad. He led the way. There was a couple of us who sparked the idea after reading some of the documents about going to check it out. Which is probably a good thing. 'Cause I don't know. How do you actually find that normally? Because one, trying to find that in a blizzard, almost impossible. Like we almost ended up running past it. And then I got really sad when I realized that you can't make
Sure you
igloos.
say something when you're...
Oi, I'm coming up now.
Yeah, apparently like igloo making is not a thing anymore. I got really sad about that because we were like, we need to build a shelter. Start just digging up snowballs, and then it's like, come to find out you can't make it anymore. It's not a thing. After streaming on Friday, you have a newfound respect for your streams. I mean, I've been working on some of the stream stuff though, like on and off for quite a while. Certainly not a place you want to. No, God no. Like like you have to have a pretty decent idea. Like, oh really? Screw you.
I'll also keeping an eye out for madmen ready to shoot people in the ass.
Who would ever do a thing like that?
Apparently a madman.
Only a madman would shoot somebody in the ass.
Oh, that bear's still out there. I can hear it.
Oi.
Okay, that didn't work. That worked. Ah, shit.
Hey, now I hear wolves.
Yeah, I had to deal with a couple packs last night.
I guess we're just
right after the other.
clearing out this old military. I didn't actually mean to pop 2 shots there. Oh, now Daisy, stop trying to push my gun up. I still hear at least
I'm coming up, Hunter.
one more. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? I know you're out there. That one hit was not what I needed. Nothing that I need. Great. My luck on finding 380 right now is not going too well. Hoodies. Pickle bag. Is my coat messed up? It is damaged, alright. Ghillie shrug. Can go full on ghillie here. Where's my sewing kit? Sewing kit. Let's get this fixed up. You do Twitch designs? There we go. that's all cleared out. I'm not currently in a place where I can afford to get anything done yet when it comes to all the graphic stuff. Like a lot of what I'm using is, you know, like the free stuff that you just, you know, like Streamlabs throws out. Pretty much the only thing that, like the only custom piece thing I have right now is the profile picture. Found a map. And that profile picture was actually done by Rootsy, one of the admins on Project Omega. Wait, did I totally just... No. Why did I think that was morphine? There is a lot of glow sticks around here. But I just saw something. You told me to set up that OnlyFans account just to put my feet pics on there. Listen, I don't know if people really want that. All right. Hey, I appreciate you stopping by though. I got 14 in there. Eeh. Bubbles does it? You're slandering Bubbles. You trying to tell me that Bubbles, he's just out there selling feet pics? Oh wait, that not the gun I want. Nope. Hotkeys.
One sounded farther.
Of course you're gonna do that little sprint right as I go to shoot.
Did you hear that shot?
You're asking me now.
And what have you, Corvus?
What kind of shot are you talking about?
A rifle, sounds like.
The only shots I got going on over here is just low caliber. Not what I need. Please, please. No.
So you haven't met up with your brother then?
No, I'm still making my way. $16 shots. That's not a whole lot. And I have noticed, yeah, that I keep finding the VSS ammo. Like probably the most. That and 5.56. Don't need that. But I'm curious. But do you have a battery? You don't.
Apparently he doesn't have pliers either.
And you need pliers.
I do if I want to relocate his door.
Ugh. We've got an extra pair to Hunter.
Okay, there's no storm coming.
Yeah, I can give you more bear meat.
Southwest. Yeah,
That's fine.
you don't want to go that way.
Perhaps you'll owe us a favor later.
Yeah, I mean, I'm at a point where I might have to just start
I mean, a favor like telling you where a truck's at?
like using the M16 just to burn through ammo and say, because like I'm gonna run out of 380.
No need for favors, just peace among the packs.
Well, you know, the summoned we're very peaceful because we're on vacation.
Well, that's a bit of a lie.
So
That's
peaceful.
not- I mean, alright, so, I mean, if you count most of us, I mean, Dave's pretty peaceful right now, McDougal's pretty peaceful, I mean, I'm pretty peaceful at the moment, so, like, the majority of us are. He's a dick still, I wouldn't count my brother.
I don't know if a group of people compliant with a bit of light kidnapping would be considered peaceful, but I'm on my way with the flyers.
See, I myself am all for, you know, consensual rope play, but I guess he didn't technically ask you before he had shot you in the ass, so...
Whoa! I wasn't even the one that put the rope on it. I'm pretty sure that was Rabbit.
What the fuck is role play?
Rope. R-O-P.
I said rope play.
Rope.
What
I
is
could call it
That's
shibari.
what I was... The fuck is role play?
Okay, so shibari is the Japanese art of tying people up with rope. It's heavily associated
Was that your gunshot?
with BDSM.
That is not
Three.
us.
Well, if they're not listening on the radio, I'm gonna be probably coming up to wherever they are pretty soon.
Are they closer to you?
It sounded close enough.
Sounds like they're potentially originating from the warehouses that is directly north.
Well, if they're at warehouses, that's not where I'm at. Am I close enough to spawn those in? I feel like I'm on the cusp of that. 200.
Common for somebody to shoot and then pop on radio.
Hey, why? Someone's on the radio?
No, you just had mentioned that they're not on the radio.
Oh, no, I meant like they, you know, they might be listening in on the radio. So, you know, they pop off some shots. Somebody goes, hey, they're close. They listen on the radio, you know, like, you know, comms are, you know, being talked about.
Seems fine. Well, I mean, it's them announcing their presence exactly.
If I was coming down this road, would this be the refuge? Because I feel like that might be where I'm pulling up to. Try to make a little bit of room here. My bag. I gotta try to get this up here.
Hey, Marbles, I'm coming up on you. You may hear some shots.
Alright. The back's already sealed, so you...
Around front then.
Yeah.
Well, you've got a fire going.
Hey, a fire buff?
Oh, you could do with getting some toasty before the trip back,
Still be going pretty decent. Much appreciated.
Alright. You know, for a man who says he's lived here 5 years, he doesn't have much.
I know, that's why I was... Maybe he moved around. Maybe this is just like a new place. Maybe
Oh,
he got
oh, that's why he hit me.
with more garbage. Also, for like one man, like he picked like a giant fucking building. Like, you would think he'd be fine with like a smaller thing.
Oh, he ate that shot.
Cozy. But there aren't many hidden spots out there.
Yeah.
You know what? Ow, how'd you hit me? Let me fix that up real quick. Leather. Leather. Oh, no. That's fine. Give them a once over real quick. Let me guess. VSS ammo. Wait. I'll take that. No ammo that I actually can use. Canteen I don't need. What did you have? Another knife? You know, just as you were like mentioning how there's a lot of that ammo. And walking like one building with a couple of them. Give that to marbles because I don't need it. Ooh. Oh, if only I could. Just so I could have a spare. I'm gonna dump that. I think we have one bag of base? You had one jump on top of a car and get you? Sometimes they kind of do bug out like that. Like it's rare. Like, he was able to hit me because I wasn't as high up as I thought I was. What is that? Bandana. Oh, look at that. Can replace the nade I used. Most of these ammo types, like, I have no use for. Take this one. Double check it. Yep. Nothing there. Camo netting. Oh, I checked that first one. How's my bell actually? Let's swap over for a milli belt. High insulation. So that'll take. Now that I needed. I'll store the extra one. What was there? Was that my knife? Maybe that's what I had there.
What's going on over there?
You're gonna have to be a little more specific than that. Okay. So much ammo that I don't need, but I'm just gonna trade that away or something. I don't need that.
I'm concerned Ashling isn't on the radio.
Radio check, radio check. Vamos, Ashling, yate. Another box of that. Yeah, that's a little too common. Actually, I'll dump those. I think these are actually probably going to be more helpful going forward. Especially when we went onto like the ice there. Hey, thank you for the follow there. Is it fine? Is that how you say that? Fine? Or fiend? Or faint? Now that if I actually look at the T part, faint. How's your day going? Okay, so it is faint with an A. It took me a couple tries, but I got it. This is more shoddy. I don't need that. Eh, my day's going. A little under the weather. Possibly though, it's a little more from like seasonal changing, which is probably getting to me. I don't need any of that. Giving small streamers some feedback. When does that work? Yeah, I think I'm pretty good with this melee. Find the road. That road should still be way down here. Is that where I came in? Now it's gonna be harder to find that road again. It should be somewhere down that direction. Southwest. Nah, 1080's not always worth it. Usually though, I usually dual stream though to Twitch and YouTube at the same time. There it is. So I like having the YouTube stuff. For that though, I'll usually be in 1080 quality. But it's completely possible that I could go down to 936p. And for the most part, people wouldn't notice a difference.
Better not have done anything.
Yeah, I haven't gotten a reply back either. Shoot. I didn't know you were there. I didn't know you were there. Oh, shoot. Oh shoot, they respawned. They all came back. Oh. That's also pressure random. If you are not an affiliate or a partner, I don't believe you actually have quality change settings. It's the one downside when you don't have like affiliate. It's a lot of meat. And then what usually happens too is when doing 1080, especially as a non-affiliate, non-partner, because you cannot also downgrade, people don't have the options to change quality settings. If somebody has not the greatest internet and I'm pushing out, 6K bitrate, they may not be able to view the stream at all. They'll just get stuck in an infinite loop of like a loading screen. Now the plus side that if I'm by not going or having affiliate, it does mean that I don't believe I get ads. There's no ads that get played for this channel. Because ads don't start till you get to affiliate. I also can dual stream to, I don't even just do it, I can stream to multiple platforms at any time I want. Because I do not have any contract. Whereas even with Twitch's new rules, like you can't do a dual stream. You can stream one day on Twitch and then one day on YouTube.
Lost by now.
Probably.
I'm not lost.
Good luck. Safe travel.
Oh, we had a good secret meeting about our secret plans.
I will shoot you in the butt again.
Think you're funny, don't you?
What? Just talking about a bit of a coup.
A bit of a coup. I didn't think any of the groups were big enough to actually have a coup yet.
Oh, you'd be surprised.
Now you know better.
You know, you say that.
I mean, you're still unclear about our numbers.
This is true. So, hey Hunter, you should watch your back because apparently they're planning a coup. Alright. Should still be good. Also, good morning, Rootsy. Is it good morning for you, or are you just like, are you still up?
You know what's odd? In all this time, Corvus hasn't been able to meet up with Marbles. A slow traveler.
I may have stopped to loot, maybe do a little shooting, you know.
Oh, fuck. Marbles. I forgot the mask.
Oh, that's fine. I wasn't even thinking about the mask. Don't worry about it.
3 a.m. can't sleep. You got insomnia? I know there's a couple of us right now dealing with
It's
it.
just been on my mind. Desperate for a pen.
Oh, so you've been thinking about me?
What? Oh, the pen. Oh, writing tool.
But this is as good as I'm gonna get for health wise. Right down there. Because of frostbite. I think the next time I make one of those trips too, I'm gonna make sure I have like things that can actually wring out and dry. Yeah?
You're gonna cut through the town you shot me in the ass at.
Why do you plan on shooting me in the ass back?
Ah, Becca General. 1 second.
Smooth. Let's gonna grab all this, because why not? Come on, get here.
Alright, well, I just figure I could leave the mask somewhere for your brother and you could pick it up.
Yeah, but he's the one with the pen. Don't you have to meet him if you really want the pen?
You mean the pen that I don't have on me?
Oh, you didn't bring it? Oh, well. Don't worry about the mask right now.
You told me not to worry about the pen, so I didn't worry about the pen. Empty that out. Some of that, just things. Second. You know what? I really don't need that because I don't have a VSS. I have no idea why I keep picking those up.
Alright, fine.
Is that railroad tracks going through there? Try to figure out.
As for giving you a return boob with the bullet, I think that'd be a bit of a waste.
I thought it was here, but did I end up going down all the way to the... Can't remember the place you live in. Is it that one that has the crane?
There are cranes
What?
about everywhere.
I'm just trying to figure out if I'm one. I might be one town out from like the mines.
That's quite a stretch. You talking about the ruined town?
I might be it. Like you, as soon as you get there, there's a little like god check.
I am talking about the ruined town in the middle of the woods. Unless you're following the main road.
Yeah, I was following the main road. There was a ruined thing on the side of the road I saw.
Oh, you're getting close to your brother.
I mean, I would never say we're getting close.
No, I mean, I probably wouldn't use a weird word,
follow
no.
the train tracks, but if you're cutting through the mining town, do not go in the center. Kind of skirt it. Preferably to the south, less dead.
Shoddy. Don't need that.
Or depending on your insanity level, you could cut through the center and fight your way through.
Oh, well, I'm like the pinnacle of sanity.
Oh, I could tell from our travels. Absolutely stable.
Oh yeah, yeah. When they talk about the Crow brothers, they're like, yeah, you should meet Clovis. He's the stablest of the two.
A saint of rationality.
I mean, they also tell him he's the most humble too, right?
Yeah, I've heard those words.
Hey, Hunter, what type of boots did you prefer? I forget.
Does that make more sense? I think right here.
I mean, I would assume he would prefer like a C cup.
What? That's not a sizing of footwear.
Oh, you said
Oh.
boots. My bad.
Stop. Oh,
So that is the mining town. No, don't just drop it.
I don't think he's listening.
Oh,
Hunter, she asked him a question and he's just been quiet.
oh, we thought you were dead.
no, that's normal for him.
They think you're dead?
No, to be quiet.
Oh,
Actually thinks before he speaks.
yeah, Marbles, you should take some lessons for that.
They're fine. Honest people, you know, they can just say whatever's on their mind. They don't have to think about it.
Are you saying that her companion Hunter is not an honest person?
No, I just say, you know, whatever comes to mind. Like, I don't have to think about deceitful things.
Or maybe you're just really good at lying that you're able to, you know, spout things out.
That sounds like a bunch of, you know, bull hockey.
little bit of malarkey.
Yeah.
Gunshot.
Boulder Dash.
Aye.
I don't know. Was that a Ashley? Was that close to you?
Think you're funny.
What? It was a bit of a joke. Pardon me. I'm going to step away from the radio just for a bit. And that sounded more northwest again.
Northwest would be right. You know, at this point, I'm gonna end up with a lot of 9mm. No battery. I think only the this Civ radio I've been finding that has like a battery in it. Another shot over there to the northwest. Northwest. Could be up there. Does everyone seem to have the battery when you come across? That's what I was thinking. I've noticed like I haven't seen one in like the police ones or the millie ones, but every time I find a civilian.
My wolves are here. Oh god, his building has holes or something. That wolf was inside the building.
Oh, missed.
All the wolves somehow. How I don't. Okay.
To get the middle bar for that. Two for one. Yep. Be right there with you. Be right. Yeah, I'll be right there with you, man. You just keep growling out there. It's fine. How's that suppressor doing? Damaged. We have to find some more. Another weapon cleaning kit pretty soon.
Okay, I'm very confused because I just watched two wolves walk through a metal fence like it wasn't there.
There we go. That's the good stuff. Yeah, it's the good stuff. It would be nice if you could fix it on the gun. So like pull this off, fix it, put it back on. Don't need that. Don't need it, don't want it. Don't need it. Some more. I think somebody was using an AK. And then maybe I'll just toss that to them. Flashlight. Don't need you. Compass lighter. How is my lighter looking actually?
Begging pardon for stepping away. Check out those shots.
Yeah, what were those shots over they past Athena?
Sounded a bit northwest, possibly by the warehouses.
North by the warehouses. All right. All right. And Miles, I think I'm rolling into the Institute.
How much tan leather do you need?
Start.
Sorry.
This is the storm starting.
We've got time.
Hello?
Yeah, Marbles is to let you know there's a storm coming.
Marbles?
Rabbit?
What's going on?
I'm upgrading. Okay, I know you're confused, but your base triggered me a little bit, so I was trying to make it look better.
Am I locked out for now? Like, is this a home renovation
hold on.
type, like, surprise deal? Or
It was supposed to be a surprise, but you're here, so... Though I don't know... what just happened, but 3 wolves just ran through.
That's a wolf-sized gap right there, which wasn't there
No,
before.
not there. They ran through the metal in the back.
Oh.
I was there building when that one at the front door bit me from behind, and I was like, how the hell did a wolf get in here? And then I walked over here and watched 3 more run through.
Seems like a problem. Just with you, I'm not the contractor here, so like, we figure out the issue, I guess?
I'm gonna assume one thing possibly, because that weird door and like, you know, the angle, maybe somehow with multiple of them trying to run, like it pushed them through? I don't know.
How'd the zombie get in here?
I was in here when
Way
I
too
showed
short.
up.
Way too short.
Okay.
Are they usually not alive in here?
I don't know if I actually can get in from this side or not.
I also built a temporary shelter down here that you can also leave up if you want. Because I came with building supplies and things, and then I was like, alright, I'm gonna drop this down, empty my backpack.
Do I have an extra one in my bag? So I can make big room now. Oh wait, did I use up?
Like, I came with sheet metal. I mean, like, it's the only way to get it down here.
Ah, I did. Three of these do not do a whole lot of damage from range. That is for sure.
Oh, you hear that?
Well, I know she's close enough to hear that shot.
Oh, Hunter. Nose starting to bleed.
Other one. honest. That wasn't that bad.
Marbles, I hope your brother found shelter.
Little bird, is that you? You're not supposed to be here.
There's nobody else on the radio.
You're not supposed to be here. You're gone.
Let's get to shelter there, Crow.
No, little bird, where you going, little bird? I want to help you, but
I'd advise turning off your radio. You'll hear voices all doubling over. Get to shelter.
no, I can't. I just want her. I just want her back. You can't. No, I'm not gonna do that. Little bird, are you down here? Little bird?
Radio off.
I can hear you. I'm trying to get to you. Maybe you're down here. I'm coming. Stop moving. I'm trying to help you. Don't you worry, little bird. I'm coming. No, little bird. Shit, little bird. I gotta get to her. If it wasn't for these damn Zeds over, I gotta get to her.
It's not you shooting off those little shots.
I don't have time. I don't have time for this.
Get to the fucking shelter. Just find something and stop shooting.
Little bird, is that you down here? Little bird?
Shadows, it's fake. Get to fucking shelter.
Little bird, are you down here? It's dark down here. Oh my god. She's calling to me though.
It's going to twist your mind and use you wherever they want.
I have to go to her.
You're stronger than that.
She's down there though.
Remember.
I'm not going out. Down do I find her? Little bird. I still hear you. I know you're down there.
Shake ya. Hoping I don't get decked in the face. Hunter! Hunter, wake up!
She's gone. She's gone. She's not. Oh, she's on the radio. No. Little bird, don't go.
The benefit of you being knocked out is a bit of therapy just talking at you. Remember? And you have to say, even though it's been just a few days, but a new fear that you're just not going to wake up. Down again. Right though. Up. I mean, you're strong, right? I did this wrong. Talk to that scientist. A way to help block it out.
No, I will stop you. You're gonna give me back my little bird.
And I'll be alone. Again. Risky to start. How long you'll be out? Eaten.
Oh, that was good. Oh.
Now I wonder how long I could play this up. I'm sure you're hiding things like I am. Can't help but wonder, though. I mean, I get the sense you'll be more understanding. Or if I'm talking to two people. No. Yourself as you are. Yourself as you are after the storms. Wonder what the other would think. I think this is the only time you'd let me babble at you like this. I apologize to your self-conscious. I'm just, There we are. Heat is coming in. Shaking as much. To see if that madman has left our area. Keep close. Frequency 96.6.
Hey, read you loud and clear.
Oh, good. Well, so I take it you found shelter.
I never passed out.
You stayed awake.
Yeah, I was awake for that whole thing.
I didn't think that was possible. We've never met anyone who stayed awake.
I mean, it gave me it was definitely a splitting headache. But, no, I kept going.
I suggest you talk to your scientist friend about that. You could be useful if you have some sort of immunity.
All I know is I heard my little bird.
I'm assuming that's your daughter.
That'd be, yeah, that would be Violet.
Violet.
Yeah, the one
that's
that.
one of the more.
More what?
Oh, I'm just saying, if you hear footsteps of children or laughter, that's one of the more common occurrences. Common split in the veil. Opens up to that one moment. We're not sure why.
All I know is when those
That wasn't your daughter.
when that storm starts though, I hear her calling to me.
You know, as I said before, I've got my own theories about it. But they're not really based in what we consider to be reality. Things I think your scientist friend would scoff at. there are some people that theorize that hell isn't actually, you know, a place that bad people are sent to, but simply another dimension. That just overlaps just enough, just slightly with our own to where, you know, we build that mythology around it. Even the phrase demon comes from the dimension. Oh, even with the tagline it said, what's the most hellish thought you can think of that would haunt you when the veil gets most thin? Oh, I would almost hope it'd be the thought of your daughter, your dead one. At least that tells me you're not too insane.
Well, we don't even know if she's actually dead.
Say again, you cut out a bit there.
We don't actually know that she's dead. All I know is that my brother, he gave her to my mother, and she took off.
Well, then there's a fair chance you're not hearing, you know, so much its echoes as possibly a reminder. So my head is still splitting, but I was hoping, have you come across your brother yet? He's paired up with Rabbit, yeah?
Radio check for marbles. Radio check for rabbit.
Boy, I'm hoping you can get in contact with them soon. I may need Rabbit. Hunter hasn't woken up.
Radio check for marbles. Radio check for rabbit.
Are you close to the Rabbit's warren?
That should be soon enough.
I have a huge favor. When you get there, to tell Rabbit to get on the frequency. I suppose the proper term is group member. After each storm, but it's taking them longer and longer to wake up, and last time I'd consider it to be a steep favor if you were to get Rabbit on the radio.
We'll do what I can. I was just at the research institute.
Why, you're pretty close. I can't afford to leave him on my own. I'm gonna do a quick scan. I'll be back on this frequency soon.
Hey, roger that.
Last time you were knocked out for so long. Right? There. That'll be fine. First as a scientist, I mean. Knock you up.
I just got shot at. Hey, who's shooting?
Oh, say again.
Somebody took a shot at me.
I mean, if you're that close, I didn't hear it. Are you sure you're where you are?
I'm pretty sure I know where I am.
What type of shot? Yeah, it must have been a low caliber if I didn't hear it.
Locale probably is silenced. Passed right by me.
Very well, could be your brother just fucking with you.
It could be, but if it's not, then I don't recognize them. They're getting shot.
Oh, that's fair.
We got birds.
You got birds.
Yeah, I see birds in the sky.
Well, let us hope it was just, you know, somebody fighting off wolves and you just stumbled upon the last shot. I take it because you're, you know, a bit insane. You're actually taking a peep at those crows.
Yeah, right now I'm kind of looking around. You know what's good about why we haven't, why I'm not hearing back from him?
That thought crossed my own mind. I hope your rabbit friend is alive. Kinda need him.
Yeah, well, that's two of us that are gonna be definitely hoping he's alive.
Alright, boy, I can help scope it. don't like the idea of leaving my friend here, but the person that I need may be in danger. Oh. Alright, hey, Corvus, you recall what I was wearing?
Yeah. Kind of look like a Little Red Riding Hood.
Oi, don't shoot me if you see me.
And do you see the birds?
Not as of yet. I do hear wolves.
I don't hear wolves. And those birds must have picked away the carcass. I don't think they're around anymore.
I'm not seeing any.
Radio check, is anyone out there?
Yeah, Miles, I came close and I think someone's taking a shot near you in the dock.
That wasn't you that shot?
That wasn't my shot.
Well, while I was building, surprise, Rapid showed up.
Oh, I heard Rabbit on the radio.
Is Rabbit with you? Is he alive?
He was earlier. I'm trying to figure out the problem with this fence, though.
Listen, Marbles, we need Rabbit. Is he near you then?
He was earlier, but he's not at the moment. I guess I'll go upstairs and check.
Hey
I
there,
know,
Crow.
I had it. I had an issue, a little bit of narcolepsy a minute ago. I heard like a silenced pistol shot outside.
Just to confirm, I checked the birds and there's nothing there.
Alright. I'm sweeping the buildings right now, but I get a bit nervous getting near that old tower. Lot of blind spots.
Well, at the moment, I can confirm that, unless Rabbit's, like, really tucked away inside his tent, he's not in the building.
Coffee.
I got wolves.
You know, these storms seem to be... They seem to bring about a bit of madness. Oh, you said you're a rabbit friend. You used to live at the Institute.
I mean, I was just assuming. I hear wolves.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll get that guy that was...
Oh, I'm in the woods. I think they're chasing me. I went up the hill there. Marbles, you didn't kill anything up in the woods, did you?
In the woods? No.
Because there's crows out there.
No, what I killed were the wolves that ran in through this building somehow through a fence. So I've been trying to figure out why the fence is not working.
Well, I checked the spot where I saw the crows circling and there was nothing up there.
As long as you've known this rabbit, has he had any moments of
My shot.
partial
That one of you?
insanity after
My
the
shot.
storm?
My shot.
Now you can come over to where I'm at.
Oh, I'm assuming you're at the Warren then, Crow.
What was that?
I'm assuming you're at the Warren, the rabbit's Warren. You're meeting up with Marbles.
I was attempting to, yeah.
Yes.
Alright. No sign of rabbit then.
And not at the moment. Like I said, he was here. I talked to him about possibly when I was all gonna build here, and then I heard him go up the ladder, and then he was quiet. So I don't think he ever left, though. He went to sleep.
Alright. Needed him. Oh, alright.
I mean, I did tell him when he showed up that you and Hunter were on the radio, and he's like, oh, okay. But, yeah, I don't know what he's doing.
Those wolves never came for me. Did they chasing one of you?
No, can you
Where-
just come in here so I can lock the damn door?
I have been trying to get over there. May have had a little issue with the
No,
neighbors.
the wolves. Not coming after me, I didn't see him hear him. The howls I heard were far a bit more northeast.
I am outside.
Can't get in because I just heard a bear.
Okay.
So there's some weird issue in this corner. Like I already tore it down and I built it again. Wolves?
If a wolf can get in, could a bear?
Go up the ladder, go up the fucking ladder, go up the ladder.
Oh shit. Oh, that was almost my butt.
Now you can see what I was trying to tell you about.
That was almost my butt.
And you probably brought it over with all your shooting. But yeah, there's something weird in that corner. They just keep walking in. Like they ignore the fence completely.
Do either one of you have maybe an EpiPen?
I think there's an EpiPen somewhere here, but there's a bear we gotta deal with right now.
Yep,
So we're gonna have to go real loud, I think.
I'm not doing. I got not doing the greatest on ammo.
Did the bear get?
Well, Mom was just building, and it just kind of like they just jumped over.
I told you, that fence, they're acting like it doesn't exist. Zombies, the wolves, and now the bear just walked through it. God damn it, every time I want to take a shot, I run out of my sight. Alright, it's dead.
You still using that 7.62 ammo?
Yes.
I got like a buttload for you.
Well, keep in mind now, whoever you guys were messing.
My priorities are a bit changed at the moment. I'm trying to look for an EpiPen. You've got one.
I mean, I probably got one in my
Consider it
bag.
a huge favor. The only thing I can think of. Oh, you can't wake him up and maybe a jolt to the heart. Back in hospital sucks.
I got an epi on me. I got 2 of them actually.
Oh, right.
So you're gonna have to come to us to get it.
For that there EpiPen.
You got 5.56?
If you're at home, you can bring me that mask.
Hey again.
5.56 if you got it. But if you're back at home, Mom was saying bring the mask.
Oh, I'm not back at home, but I can run over and get the 5.56 and the mask and then book it back out.
Yeah, because I think we're gonna be here for a minute.
Just a minute then. Or do you mean sarcastically you're going to be there for a spell?
Sarcastically, we'll be here for a minute.
Oh, good. Alright. I am booking it now.
All right, so we have somebody maybe out there who took a popular shot at me. And we have bears. So what are you thinking of trying? You just
I'm just gonna put
just
a
like
normal door there because
the fence doesn't seem
for
to
whatever.
like just act like there's not even there. Huh?
Yeah, it's literally acting like the fence just doesn't exist and they're running through it.
You know, I
So-
don't have time for
So
this.
Bomble's right there. Still where I'm pointing.
Yeah, I see.
You don't think the doc would have?
What?
You don't think the doc would start shooting, do you?
That's what I was trying to employ. He's had bouts of insanity before.
How do you know he's had a bout of insanity before? I thought you just met him.
Well, I was asking you if he's had it. Storm affects people.
I mean, the storm happened when I was with him. I mean,
Oh, I'm turning off my radio. It's fine. A hunter's hawk. Oh. Thanks again.
Did she just say Hunter is up?
I don't know what she said.
Hunter.
Where's my lighter? I packed you away.
Hunter.
Shooting.
I.
Wait, don't.
What's up?
Because I need a couple more sticks.
think at the warehouses. Oh, Hunter, do you remember?
Where am I?
A place called Namalsk. Held up in a warehouse in a mining town. My name is Ashling.
Ashley.
We first met at a school where you led me where they had life-saving supplies. You asked me to pick heads or tails. I picked tails.
Heads or tails?
You said it was a trust exercise. We've seen many sights as we traveled here before we held up. We fought off hordes, wolves.
Crossing.
Crossing.
Land bridge.
I. One of my favorite sights. We came across that ruined city. We had piled everything in the center just as the sun was peeking up over the bridge. Fog was rolling in. The air looked like it was sparkling.
Ashley.
Hi, Ashley. I call you Hunter. You remember, slowly?
I am a hunter.
Hi. That's what you told me. One of the first things you said. You didn't want to share your name, so I just started calling you Hunter. You said you came from a pack. Found family.
Okay.
You had a family before.
How do you know about the pack?
You told me. I asked. I think I annoy you sometimes with how much I ask you, but told me about your pack. But you couldn't remember where they were or what had happened.
The pack is dead.
You remembered.
Marbles, shots.
Voices. Who is that?
From the... I don't know. I think it's... scientist. I have a theory it is. The
Are you under fire?
No, not directly.
On the radio, are you under fire?
I don't know if we're under fire, but there was a shot close, and then there was a second shot.
Is it aimed towards you?
The one snap was really close to my head sounding.
Can you figure from where?
I want to say... Oh shit, I don't know if they're listening to the radio or not.
I know where you are already.
The batch of shots I heard earlier sounded a bit more northwest. From the Institute.
No, these shots were more a little bit opposite of that.
The two shooters.
I'm not sure if there's two shooters, but I had one snap real close and then another shot a little bit farther off.
Apologies, I had my radio off. Was this recent or when I came out to scope it with you?
When you said you had your radio off, you may have had yours off, but I don't think Hunter did.
Yes, I'm just realizing that now, and I'm a bit red in the cheek, but, you know. Oh, he, forgets.
I mean, it's fine. We
He's
saw some
reminded
red
this
cheeks from you earlier.
Storm kind of fucks with us in different ways.
Hello?
Rabbit?
Rabbit?
The door wasn't locked when I left, Marbles.
Okay, well, it is now. I mean, you know how to get in.
Rabbit,
Did you take a shot at over here?
I just
earlier?
got shot. I just dealt with wolves a few seconds ago.
Well, there was a snap near my brother's head, apparently.
I didn't hear that. I just heard it. I just dealt with wolves, though.
how many shots did you pop?
I shot 6 wolves.
I heard 2 shots. I had one earlier, one snap, and this was one snap near my head and a snap a little bit farther away from that. That doesn't account for
Also,
6.
Also, you missed the part where the bear ran through the fence. That was great.
Oh yeah, as soon as I showed up for that one. That was a ball.
That's because you kept firing, killing zombies. You drew the bear over here.
What? I mean, I left towards A2 to grab a camping tent that I lived near there. And then on my way back, I dealt with wolves, but it's the only shots that I fired.
No, I was 2 floors up? 2 floors up. By one of those windows. And somebody I heard there was
It was like somebody shot at you here.
here. I've been shot at 3 times already.
At the Warren.
So I don't know where the and you said you came down from A2?
I came down from A2, but I mean,
So the wolves I heard were chasing you.
I literally just like in the last 5 minutes as I was running back down here from A2, got attacked by wolves.
And you probably weren't sniping them, right?
Oh, I used my M16. I had a bottle suppressor on, but it broke on the last shot.
There was also birds up on the mountain. This was a couple minutes ago though.
Should be birds towards
Hey there,
A2
Crow.
right now. Look, but I don't know about
what
birds earlier.
direction
I didn't
did
see
you hear the
anything.
shots from recently? The snap ones at you.
For me, that would have been more eastern. East, southeast.
Yeah, I honestly have no idea.
Also, Rabbit, just so you know, our radios are on.
I don't have mine on.
Well, the lady on the radio still wants to talk to you. Also,
Ashley, lady, or
yeah.
okay. Also, what?
Apologies, we're a bit busy. I mean, if we have an aggressor shooting about neighbors,
So, and
I'm
then
viewing
stopped.
that as a threat on us.
Get your voice down.
down. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any shots down there.
Wolves got to my goddamn belt again. Hello? Is Rabbit reaching out on the radio? Channel were they on?
96.
96.6, but here, I'm just... You know, like, radio's on the ground, it's on, so we'll all hear it if they talk. Oh, I missed a piece.
Oh, this is Rabbit. Is anyone there?
Yeah, we gotta aggro a zombie to see... Like, if it's not a problem at the front door like this, I don't think they'll be able to come through the back. I don't want to build it up fully until we know, though.
I mean, you ready?
I don't know, like,
You
you
don't think
killed, like, all the fucking zombies around here. I doubt you're gonna get anything.
Yeah, I don't actually know what's around.
On the radio?
But there was.
They may have,
Asling and...
they may have gone quiet while they're looking through while they're looking
Yeah, they
around.
were looking for whoever's shooting. See, there you go. See, they're still there.
No, somebody around me just shot, but they were trying to attract a zombie.
One of you.
Bro, you want to tell him you shot? Or
Yeah, that was my shot.
Because you're a moron, you should have just went and grabbed one like I've been doing.
Is the door unlocked?
I mean, you could have asked.
Could have.
somebody wants to talk to me on the radio, I heard. Is this the person that wants... You're not Ashling, are you? That's what I've heard. I haven't heard any shots other than the one that Crow just took.
Someone said they were being shot at.
Did you bring back another canopy?
Yeah, I put it up over here.
I'm just gonna throw all this food in it.
There's more over there than I thought there was.
Like 3 wolves and a bear.
Yeah, I went to like,
Actually 2 bears because I killed one outside.
I was like, hey, I'm gonna grab some just to help you out. And I'm like, oh, there's only a little bit here. Then I walked over to the other side. I'm like, that's a whole lot more.
I really thought it was-
Was that your shot?
Didn't even hear it. Didn't come from us.
Did anybody else hear like a little pop?
How?
Maybe faintly, but not distinctly.
No, yeah, like almost like an MK kind of pop.
Oh no. Kind of sounded far off to me, but I don't know. I
Maybe
would
it's,
tell him what guns are. So
he did. Like maybe that's what it was. Did you just jump? You know, you need to build yourself like a landing pad or something down here.
Oh, it does work like I thought. You can get over here now.
Are you on that other side?
I am.
Did you use the tent?
Yeah, that was my theory. If we put something down, you could get over here.
That's cheeky. Was there enough room for what, like a little tent up there?
Yeah, you could put a medium up here. Shelter. Actually, yeah, there might be enough room right here to have a canopy.
Careful about nap time. Yeah, we got server restart coming up.
Everyone turn the radios off real quick. Rabbit, your radio off?
Yeah, mine's off.
Okay. I don't know where Rabbit went, but you know when I was talking to him, he kind of said, I could live here. I'm not gonna live here, obviously, but I'm.
It's a great time to start having a conversation about it. How's everybody's night going? We're just waiting for the server to come back up.
Great. Well, here's another test.
Do what now? Oh, okay, here I'm now.
Okay, I'm actually gonna run real quick
You
and
just
grab
lost your
something.
belt, I'm guessing, because I was like, how is this on the ground?
Uh-huh.
If it's
So
ruined,
I'll be
alright.
right back. So I'm gonna try to.
Well, I can say one thing about this spot. I guess they're never going to go hungry because they're always going to be showing up.
Really need to fish around here.
But no, I was trying to tell my brother right before the nap that you kind of said, like, I could live here.
There you
like,
go.
I'm going to treat this more like an outpost, just so you know. Like, I'm going to bring you... I mean, we're all going to use it when I bring it down. If you have enough room, I'm pretty sure you can get 2 car tents up there. I have a canopy tent, 3 medium tents. Like, you're gonna be decked out.
I mean, you just want to... You just have it, really.
I drove around with a truck. Like, as soon as I arrived, I found a truck, and I just picked up, like, everything I could find. I didn't go into military areas. Because my training tells me I have to establish a base before I do anything. So I established a base up north. I don't know if you've ever been up north, but in that school gymnasium, I set up like a makeshift little camp.
I was there yesterday
And then-
before we went to the sub.
Yeah, there you go, yeah. So, like, I set that up, and then while I was doing that, I was squirreling away items that I didn't want people to have, necessarily. So, like, there's the tents in there, but, like, there's, like, all the stuff I was keeping personal for me and my brother was all hidden in a building. You know what? I'll just go ahead and tell you. Like, I have things like, 13 barrels, 2 fire barrels, 2 siege chests, 2 canopies, oh, yeah, 2 canopies, 4 medium tents, 2 car tents, like I said, like a bunch of 1 large military tent. But it's all in a building. I can't use tents, really, so, like, it's perfect for this kind of building, though.
This one's right here, so...
So, since it's just barking from the outside, it tells me that it doesn't know a path to get inside. So I think this will work fine. I don't know what the issue with the fence was, but I personally think the fence looks nicer, but that just is gonna have to do for Over here, Wolf. Wolfie Wolf. Over here. Come get me. I'm fairly sure, like, this will work. This is secure now. So I like, they're not coming in. Right? Because before, like, they were coming up to basically the edge here, and they were running on the fence until they just ran right through the fence.
There we go.
Yeah, yeah.
I had to go take some meds. So was it a... So is it Alden?
They're not smart enough to run through, which means they can't find a path to get in. So I think this works now.
It's kind of weird. It's weird that the actual fence didn't work.
I have a theory, like, because, like, this is more, like, if you look at it, like, it's more on, like, the edge.
Oh.
I'm thinking maybe the fence was a little further back, so, like, it was, as they were running, they could just catch just the lip of the building. So, like, they thought there was a path to get in, so they kept trying until they actually managed to get in.
That makes sense, yeah.
That's my best guess.
Kind of like how, like that, a little bit.
They kind of how their head pops through a little bit, but,
Yeah.
but they can't get in, it looks like, so I think this works.
Like, what if you did like an airlock on the outside? Because there's like a canopy awning, you know? Fences on the outside.
All right, what, right there?
Here, well, we'd have to deal with the wolves.
Like, if you're talking about the little roof overhang, I thought about that would make a good garage. Put up a gate.
Nor.
But, I mean, I didn't do anything like that. I mean, I thought about it, but... Because you also said if people were at the well, you didn't want them just to be like, oh, there's stuff built there, so...
Nor, but... Like I said, this place isn't that important to me. I just offered it up for you, so, you know. Really
mean,
do what you want.
Like, with that... I mean, with that overhang, it would make a decent garage.
You have a little bit of a weaponry picking on you?
What?
No. I haven't been able to find one in weeks.
The weaponry packet.
Dude, I have a ton of those up at the apartment.
Ah, they're really back there, right?
Yeah, I kept finding the weapon repair kits at those checkpoints at the main city in the north. So we have like 5 in one barrel, and then I put like 3 in the little community school.
Oh, and you know what? Actually, well, I was in that school, but I've used up the one I had because of the whole suppressor fixing. Okay, did you want to go take care of them, or?
So, when I was back in that corner, there is enough room that you might be able... I might be able to just kind of lean and shoot them. However, my gun is badly damaged, and so is my... Well, yeah.
Just gonna suggest the spot where walls could go to like make an airlock to the garage out in that space, but are dealing with the wolves. But you understand what I'm getting at. We don't really have.
Yeah.
That's not really working.
So, I mean, with this here, this gives this the option to become a door at any point. So this could be the main door to get in after that becomes sort of an airlock. Then you just pull the wire off that door so you don't have a 3-pin on both sides. Also, after like, cause this hall is just perfect enough. Like you could get a bunch of canopies just lining this hallway.
Can't
I
jump
saw
out.
earlier 2 canopy tents just sitting in Villa Visco. For the
Oh, that's good.
peninsula, the west side of the peninsula.
Then we can go try to pick up some of that stuff later at some point. Like I said, though, like I got a bunch of tents, so we're not gonna be hurting on storage once it comes down here. There'll be plenty of stuff.
Sure.
Because we need to use supplies, so you don't have to think about that kind of stuff, just so you can focus on figuring out what the hell's going on.
I think the next thing might be exactly what you guys were trying to do yesterday. Being prepared.
So, I mean, based off what you said, we need to gather a bunch of gas masks and filters and that kind of stuff.
And probably lots of
That's
shit
the
to
last
heat,
team.
heat ourselves too.
You know, we should probably, another smart thing, if we ever go out to that ice place again, what are those called? The little gas canisters with the stoves. Because we could turn those on and use those as a heating source as well, instead of having to build a fire.
Oh, like kind of like so keep like water in the pot. Just keep heating them up.
Well, yeah, you can do that, like turn it like to a heat pack.
Probably not a bad idea because it gets to what, like 100 C?
About 80.
Yeah, warmer than a heat pack.
Yeah.
A lot of water goes to 100. The heat pack does 80.
So yeah, there we go. That's another thing that we didn't think about that would be very helpful the next time we venture.
I got another one of these.
You should probably give it to him so he could put it with all the other research into what's going on. Like I was telling him earlier, I'll handle the things I know how to do, and he should focus on how he seems the most knowledgeable of this stuff so far.
Last team we sent into A3, we lost contact with, like I said. So
And then I got another one of these crisis escalation.
a little bit of data we did get that came back through was I was reading that something was toxic and off about the air quality. Presume that the team suffocated to death in there.
Oh yeah, notice you had a
Horrible way to go.
notice you had like a VSS update. I dropped you off some ammo.
Yeah, nice. That's good for dealing with zombies.
That takes because that's 9x39, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's
Specific
actually one of
round.
it's probably one of the better guns to have because that internalized suppressor is very fucking nice.
Here at the ground.
Lots of guns are, you know,
Here's some more.
can't find weapon cleaning kits. They're kind of useless, you know.
You know what I said? We'll take a trip north. I'll grab tents and fire barrel, some other provisions that will help down here.
Bad doggy.
Okay.
Pet. Oh, hey, I found another filament.
Yeah, we don't know what that's for either.
Wait a
Nope.
second. Wait a second. That's a different color.
And there's different colors.
Wasn't the other one like reddish?
The red one. Yeah,
Yeah,
the red one.
I guess let's follow him up.
All right, I'll bring it with me. It's kind of like having guard dogs right now.
Red light, it doesn't.
Oh
look
yeah, it is different.
Oh yeah.
Same
Even-
with your red light, but if you had a white light,
well, one's red, one's orange.
interesting. Those are distinctly different.
Just another mystery we need to solve.
Yeah, that was up in the research, you know, just hanging out, chilling. And having to run across that.
They used to truck in things similar. I never knew what it was for, but I wonder if this is it.
There, well, I might have peeked at your tents earlier in case I was gonna do organizing. I didn't touch anything yet, but yeah, you hold on to all that kind of stuff.
Oh.
And I'm
Yeah,
putting
okay.
a lot on you right now. I'm just making this executive decision on my own.
I may have touched some things, but it was kind of more of like a swap.
And that's rude. You shouldn't do that.
I mean, it was mostly more of that ammo. I just didn't need it.
Be trusting people to break into other people's homes to remodel and organize things?
Yeah, I wasn't taking stuff though. I was just making things a little more
That's
cozy.
what makes
at
it
least.
odd, right?
I mean, it was kind of a trade.
Yeah, it's like when that lady thought we were robbing her, and I was like, "We're not robbing you," and I just gave her a bunch of items instead.
Yeah. Let's just say from the couple items I grabbed, you came out on top on that one.
Okay.
It was just a couple of 5.56.
Like having a cleaning service break into your house and clean, and you're not quite sure how to react.
Or how to pay.
I'm sorry. I said if it was an issue, I could leave.
How to pay too, huh?
Ow. Well, just think you're all paid up, and apparently I gave you a tip because that was like what, 3 or 4 boxes of VSS ammo.
You know, I wish I was smart enough to know how to build a floor. You know, just building walls is just one of those things, you know, but a floor is just too complicated.
I know, you just gotta. Did you just find time to just fill in like some grout or something?
But no, I'm not talking about there. I'm talking about there.
Oh,
You know, you would think I could just throw a log across, and nail the boards to the log, and you just walk back and forth. But
Well, think
no,
about it.
can't do that.
like why can't you build a fence then just knock it over?
Well, there's that too, but I'm just saying, like, it's the same principle. Like, I
It
just
would
don't
be.
understand why I can't do that.
Oh, do you need us to catch you?
I like that it's like this fits just perfectly. Like the ladder's right in front.
I really think it's very snug.
not a terrible look if you wanted to go with that.
I probably would if it still has like the, you know,
Actually,
scuba mask.
Does it still block your vision?
Yep.
Here, put it down real quick. It actually kind of works with this helmet.
It does, except for the scuba vision.
Yeah, it's not terrible, but you know what this does to me? You know what it actually makes me do? It what's the word?
Like tunnel vision?
No, it makes me feel a little claustrophobic. Like I don't know why.
Want some more food?
Well, I guess we could cram more into this tent.
Yeah, that point, might as well start smoking it up.
Alright.
Not my best shooting.
Remember, cut them up so we can get rid of the birds.
That may not be an
Oh
issue.
yeah, the dead's coming. Get inside. And that's why you shouldn't have gone loud.
I was a little worried about running, you know, just ruining my suppressor. You, good there, Rabbit?
Yeah. Back some red.
Oh, shit. Well, I'll put that to good use. Have you come across 380?
Give you all that I had.
Oh, hey. I hit up like 2 millis. I can just, you know, coming from the north to the south. Not one box of 380. And not even loose. Wonder if I gotta hit up like a police station. Have you ever seen a police station around here?
No, we didn't really have use for one company.
I'm just really actually
Got
just
along fine, knowing what they were tasked to do. So
yeah, I'm actually just realizing that. So all of Namalsk just did you guys just have like a private, you know, private military?
we had a defense force. I wouldn't call it a private military or like a police force. We had our units that were capable and in Peninsula.
So they kind of handled the like policing per se.
They were tasked from NAC NAC. I worked for a science referendum called Terror Group. We worked with NAC within NAC.
And this NAC though, they kind of acted like kind of like the police for like people around.
He said they had their defense force, but it wasn't like a private military or.
Gotcha. But I mean, it's enough to keep the people
It was like
in line.
security, but not like police. Yeah, it wasn't for like keeping people in line. We were all here tasked with the same thing and all with the same interests. We didn't. Policing wasn't a concern of ours.
For the entire like the area, all of the Namalsk.
Yeah, pretty much.
Huh. I mean, it's impressive.
I don't know where they're all at.
Other than just kind of around in this one area.
It's a heavy storm.
Yeah, it's coming down. I'm just trying to make sure we cleaned up out here.
Well, I got a couple sticks, but not much.
Oh, sorry. Make sure everything in here dry. That was actually quite important. There we go.
We got a storm happening. PR's going on.
Sure do.
Hey, were you guys rocking pistols?
Yeah.
9mm or 45?
He's on the radio.
9.
EVS storm.
Yep. Never been able to figure out the transmission. Touch all radio for you.
Miles, you're not using 40. Are you using 45 at all?
Oh, I've been using a clock.
Ah, did. Is that 9 as well? It's but
Yeah, but I got ammo at the moment. It's fine. You can have it.
okay. It's been a while since I've used it. Yeah, I'm just gonna throw this 45 in one of your tents. If I can find room. Yeah, you can have this on the ground.
I see it.
Oh, did you want that 7.62 short?
I mean, I'll take it. I didn't realize that was enough to fill another drum mag.
Okay, on my way down, that's basically, I kept finding everything, like, for everybody else, but not mine.
That's fine.
I mean, that's how it goes, right?
Leave it here for the moment. Yeah, of course that's how it goes. When you look for things, you don't find it.
Like, looking for 380s and, like, the 5.56, what do I find? 7.62 shorts, 9mm, the down by 39s.
Give a name for people like that.
Oh yeah, what's that?
Sherpas. Kind of look around everybody else's things.
They find everybody else's things but their own. Is there duct tape in here? Hey Doc, you got duct tape?
Not a doctor, but I got some on me.
Hey, close enough to a doc.
I only have my master's degree. That doesn't qualify me as a doctor.
And didn't you say you were going? I mean, you probably were gonna. If things didn't go to shit, you probably would have had your PhD,
hello?
right?
I mean, PhDs are really difficult to pass. I don't know. I was like in my second year, so it takes like 6 to get one.
Oh,
Yes, we're on the radio.
That mini storm, we tried communicating. You guys were under fire. You wanted to talk for support.
No, we had to deal with some wolves.
I take it that
Like a
was
lot of
bad.
wolves.
Earlier then.
Yeah, my brother shot because he doesn't know how to be silent.
There's another EMP storm coming.
I don't know. But we're waiting for it while we've been waiting out this other storm.
Other than your shots at the wolves, we heard more batches up northwest. Sounded like several rifle shots.
rifle shot. That wasn't any of us.
What was it?
All right, they're talking about the shots that we took on the wolves.
No,
There were
we
distant
were
shots.
caught. Oi, we were caught right in between your shots and the others.
And what that was, that's down by the research.
Oh, I'm thinking a bit north of research.
None of us were in that area, I don't think.
Wouldn't that be Athena 1?
If you're north of research, then yeah, it's around the area.
Yeah, because they're like north. They said like northwest on the map. It's one thing I can think of.
Those shots, whatever you heard, were not us.
Alright. It's just a matter of the world now. But, listen, Rabbit. You gonna be about after this storm?
I would presume so. I've woken up from every one of them, so.
Alright, good to know. We'd love to chat face to face. I could bring the mask as well.
Oh, you know what? Before I actually forget to you ever hear of anybody not getting knocked out by the storm?
Okay, funny you mention that.
Did you not get knocked out either?
I didn't get knocked out once, and I was with McDougal.
What was that?
Actually, wait. Was it McDougal or was it Pickles? No, it was McDougal, because we were trying to figure out stuff. Yesterday or the day before. So, we were at Athena 2, and we were deep underground on one of the stairwells, and we were wondering maybe if we were so far underground, it protected us. Like, our head still hurt, and it got fuzzy, but we didn't get knocked out.
Athena 2. That place up in the mountains?
Yes.
Yeah, in the valley.
I was a little on the, like, you remember where we first found those documents?
Yeah.
I was there, and like it split my head open, but like really bad, but I never actually got knocked out.
So maybe being under the ground a little bit is helpful. Or maybe just like those locations are aligned with something, I don't know, for some sort of protection. I don't know. I mean,
I don't know.
scientists, you know?
Did you guys line that stuff?
We theorized that if somebody was far enough away, they may not feel the effects of the EBR.
But
Never
we've been all the
confirmed,
way
though.
far up north. I mean, if it's the places I'm thinking of, those are rather close, isn't it?
Well, Athena 2 research is much closer than the main city of Orkuta.
So it can't pierce terra firma.
Yes, it's possible that the mass of the Earth counterweighs whatever happens during the pulse opening and the EBR burst.
Would be. Alright, I'm going to attempt to reach out after a certain split.
Sure. That would probably require Earth scientists, though, and I'm specialized in subatomic particles, so not too sure what would cause you to not pass out underground.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't even deep underground.
Worth investigation, to be sure. I myself gonna go radio silent until this passes.
Like it was hitting me hard, and right when I thought that was it, I was getting knocked out, I just shook it off a little bit.
That voice. Hear that deep voice?
I do not.
Like it
What is
said
the voice
something in a
saying?
language. I have no idea. I don't. It just sounded like a deep voice. I had no idea what it said. It wasn't like it was mumbled. It was like a whole different language.
I don't know what to tell you.
Heard it during an EVR, so it's like it's a new anomaly.
Oh,
Oh god, it's coming.
oh, the pressure's good. Oh, okay, that one wasn't so bad. Ow. This is the little one.
Damn, my nose is bleeding again.
Oh, oh. Just get her out. Oh. You guys good down there?
I think so.
Rabbit? Rabbit?
Rabbit, are you right? You know, I'm a little woozy, but I don't, he's not moving.
Oh, shit. Ashley was talking about hitting, her buddy companion friend with, some epi.
I don't know. He might be dead. Should I go get a sharp stick to poke him with?
We'll try mine first, then yours. Okay. Come on. Little epi. Come on. Come on, rabbit.
Man, maybe you need some CPR. You know, give him some lip action.
Come on. Shit. Rabbit. Rabbit, come on. Come on, rabbit. Come on, rabbit. Oh, come on, come on. Gave you epi.
I mean, he's still got a pulse, so he's not dead.
All right, I'm gonna keep pumping until he wakes up.
Check.
Come on, come on, come on, rabbit. Was that Babe on the radio?
It might have been. I heard radio check.
It is me.
Come on, rabbit. Come on.
Hey, babe. The rabbit's not moving after the storm. We think something might be wrong.
Come on. Give him an epi.
Um,
Come on. Come on.
Maybe he has frostbite again.
He's still not moving.
Do I need to get a stick to poke him with?
We might need the stick.
We'll find a big one.
Though I can tell you right now, that stick hurt like hell.
I mean, it was a good poking stick.
It was, but did you have to make it so sharp?
Yes.
Like it was a poking stick. You made like a skewer.
I don't, do you think he's in a coma? He's still got a pulse.
He has a pulse. He's not. Come on.
Like, we need a defibrillator, but I don't have a taser. I don't know if that would. I can give him a jolt.
Pussy check 96.6.
It's okay. I'm doing some voodoo over him.
Something happened to Rabbit.
Something happened to Hunter. He's not waking up again.
I'm doing some
Yeah, that's
voodoo.
what's going on with Rabbit. He's just laying here. He tried to, like, give him chest compressions, but
Try an EpiPen.
Wait.
he
Try
already
that.
did.
Try your stick.
I could try to poke him with the stick. I don't know if that'll help, though.
I mean, it woke her up.
But I don't know if this is different. You're saying Rabbit's just out cold too? He's just laying?
Oh, he's just
He's just laying on the ground.
The voodoo's not working.
You try water, pouring it on him.
I was gonna say I don't have any water, but I guess there's a well outside.
Just splash a ton of just like freezing cold water on him.
It
Do you have
hasn't
water?
worked with Hunter before, but you might as well try with Rabbit.
And you are pouring it on him and not forcing it in his mouth, right?
Yeah.
Because I didn't hear a pouring out sound is why I'm just saying.
No, totally. Totally.
Listen, we really need him awake.
Let's just say he may wake up feeling very refreshed.
Did
He's laying in a puddle now.
Did he happen to talk? Like Hunter woke up at first, but then he said he heard ringing and just passed out. He fell right over. Did Rabbit wake up, or was he out after?
He hasn't said anything. He's just been out.
Right. Well, and an EpiPen didn't work.
No.
Perhaps you should cut him. Really need him awake.
Cut him or poke him with a stick.
Oh, he's moving. He may want to cough out some of that water.
Wait, he made a noise when you were clicking that thing. Keep clicking it.
What thing? What did you click?
He's got an alarm clock. And that's not gonna go off for like a minute, you know that, right?
have no idea. These things are so weird to use.
I know they're a pain in the ass to use.
Oh,
Oh, God.
Oh, fuck was that?
is he gonna be sick?
I don't know.
Okay, listen, a little water may have slipped in his mouth, alright?
Can you turn him on his side?
I don't know. Can you turn him on the side?
I'm trying.
Roll him over. It sounds like he's choking. Try patting his back like a babe.
Wait, he's moving.
Oh.
He's on his side. Oh, he's on his back.
Keep patting his back.
Oh,
I think you just nearly drowned him.
I did not.
Listen, he's up. I'm on my way.
I mean, that was a pretty good pat. You could have done, you know, the compression thing on his back.
Oh, I give his ass a good smack.
Don't shoot
Oh,
me when
I'm gonna force it out. I'm forcing it out. Here you go. Pushing his back. Come on. Come on, Rabbit. Come on. Come on.
You know, maybe you need a little help. Let me try to see if I can help.
Hey, good. Yeah, no, we both just keep pushing it out. Maybe he was drinking some before that storm went off.
Come on, stay with us.
Come on. Staying alive. Staying alive. Come on.
You know, breathe through your nose.
And out through the mouth. Marbles, does he have any drugs around here?
Well, I don't think so.
Like maybe crush up some like mushrooms or something and just like. So that's a stimulant. No, you cannot put your banana in his mouth.
Yeah, I totally wasn't thinking suppository, but alright.
I mean, that's one way to get potassium.
Let's not give him ideas. Come on, Ribbit. Come on.
I don't know. What was her suggestion? I ran too far away.
Yeah, give him potassium.
I wouldn't advise trying to feed an unconscious person.
There's nothing down here I can see to give to him.
Okay. There's no no mushrooms you can crush up.
Not here. All the mushrooms I know of are up north.
Come on, there has to be a stimulant around here somewhere. Morphine, something.
I don't think morphine's a stimulant.
No, I'm being nappy. That's my bad. Well, listen, I'm not a doctor, right?
I mean, you sell drugs, or you did. You would think you would know some of this stuff.
No. This is. Well, drugs and this is just gun pots and some random things.
How was that? Yeah, that doesn't sound normal.
Kinda
What
sounds
was
like
that?
a monster with constipation.
Well, I meant to give him charcoal, but it looked so good that I ate it.
The pets
Of
won't
course.
Don't feed an unconscious person anything.
Yeah, I don't know what to do.
Ah,
Oh, hey,
Yeah.
hey,
Got- So,
yeah.
rabbit. Hey, hey, Bobbles. Bobbles. Your mouth isn't closing. There you go.
God, that's.
I'm sorry, I was
Oh,
just
you
in
never
shock.
get used to that.
We do apologize if you feel wet all over.
they took a piss on
I
you.
mean,
We did not take a piss on them.
what? But the EVR just happened. We all just. Well, how would you?
It's been minutes.
Hasn't. It literally just happened.
No.
Oh, you've been out for at least like 10 minutes.
Yeah. We tried an epi. Tried forcing some water down your throat by accidentally, and then we poured water over you on purpose. And then I was gonna give
You
you
tried CPR?
CPR. I rolled you over.
Uh-huh.
And then I was gonna give you charcoal,
Okay.
but it looked really good. Then I ate it myself.
Uh-huh.
I-
Okay.
I wanted to try a banana suppository, but he said no.
And,
You can
Was it-
thank me for that.
pissing part?
Okay, do you smell like piss?
Actually, don't smell anything right now.
Then we didn't piss on you. I just realized that doesn't actually help that argument at all.
I mean,
Because what if you had?
you didn't piss on me or I can't
wait, hold
smell
on.
anything.
I'm just gonna say, you were laying in a puddle of water. Did you ever do that trick to your brother like I used to
Uh-huh.
when he's asleep? He put his hand in some water and
Uh-huh.
it's gotta be like lukewarm or you know, more warm. I don't remember exactly. It's been a while.
Yeah, well, that was
Uh-huh.
that
Maybe
was
you
cold.
peed yourself.
Oh,
Uh,
well, he doesn't smell pee.
No, I've never seen Hunter piss himself after the storms.
is that because I just can't smell anything right now? Because that's a symptom of what just happened? Or because I didn't piss myself or they didn't pee on me?
You know, this gets a little convoluted because now you'll never know. Did you piss yourself, or did you get pissed on, or was it just water?
Okay, I'll go ahead and tell you now. I mean,
Feel
I
wet.
I don't want to be in a pee-smelling building, so of course we didn't pee on you.
Knock, knock, I'm here.
That's the worst
wet.
knock-knock joke I've ever heard.
10 minutes?
It's been a while, yeah.
Yeah, it has been a while.
Should I go
It's been a
around the front?
while.
What? No, you gotta go to the back. You always go in the back.
Come around
I
the
don't believe you.
outside.
I don't
You don't
feel like
believe?
the storm just happened.
You can ask her.
Alright.
You ask Ashlyn.
Yeah, okay.
She was able to run all the way down here by the time you woke up. But you might want to dry off a little bit. We do kind of
I
apologize
mean,
for
I
that.
don't feel wet, so like,
I mean, you were in a
did you really
puddle.
pour water on me?
Yeah, we know you were in a puddle.
And the storm just happened, so are you just like making this up?
I don't know who's right on the ground. They turn off.
I think that's rabbits.
Okay.
Rabbits, is your radio down here?
I think so. I don't have mine on me.
Hey, it's rabbits.
Did you check his pupils?
I mean, we're not doctors.
Ow.
See if you can check his pupils, shine a light, see if they're reactive.
Shine a light in my eyeball right now. I'll punch you in the face.
Do it.
Damn, that's...
Didn't you have a red pocket?
Oi.
Did you lose it?
Oi. To deal with some stuff. About 3 packs of wolves.
Oh, it kind of looks like Santa's little helping.
So, good news, I have another red parka up north.
Would be too much red. Listen, do any of you have 22s I could trade 5564?
There's some around here.
There is a
I'm pretty sure I
little.
saw something somewhere.
There was a little stack of it somewhere in one of the tents.
No, I thought I saw a box somewhere.
Oh, I see it. Oh, maybe.
Okay, well, we've had to deal with several wolves and stuff again, so if you are at all hungry, just say the word.
Yeah, mum's the word.
What's the word?
Mum's the word.
The bird is the word, obviously.
But right over there, there's
Bird it is.
right over there, a ton of it.
Also, remember when we were talking about, getting over to the secret room?
Oh, hi.
You can
Did
do
it
that
work?
now. Yeah.
Hey, by any chance, did the 3 of us all shop at the same pants store?
Look, I wear black, and these are like the warmest black pants.
Hi, I'm partial
Huh?
to black myself.
Also, hunter gear doesn't seem to rip as quickly as the cargo pants.
Nah,
A
they
bit
a
more tough.
little bit, yeah.
Right, so that's the first time you haven't woken up after a storm.
He doesn't believe us.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. I woke up like
That's
this
too...
fine with the same splitting headache in the back of my skull running down my spine, like always. I woke up just fine.
How would he know if he wakes up? Like, he didn't have people around him.
Not before, that's about the point. I mean, what would we get out of it just facking with you?
Have no idea, but I've never not woken up from a storm.
Well, you didn't this
Never
time.
had a problem.
Meanwhile, a member of my group, after each storm, it's taken him longer and longer to wake.
Yeah,
Is it-
I don't. What do you want
I
to know
think he's
about it? I
out
don't
for
know
the
anything
night
about
this
it.
time. You don't know anything. In all your research, you've been here 5 years.
Studying subatomic particles.
You didn't think to consider looking into the physical effects of these.
I wasn't part of the medical team, so no.
No theories as to why some of us aren't waking up.
I don't know about your friend, but I woke up just fine, and I haven't heard other than you yourself, I've not seen anybody not wake up in the storm. So
Oh, I just get massive nosebleeds before, after, followed by some light vomiting.
and the stick poking yesterday that happened.
What of it?
I don't think that was related
After
to a
the submarine?
storm. That had
Not
to
because
probably do more with the deal with
you poked her after the storm. I haven't lost my mind here. I'm not like losing memory. That happened.
Just to let you know, I set this.
Got back. She got back after making her deal with whoever you guys made your deal
Hey.
with.
Hey,
It happened. She didn't wake
I
up
said
and you
this.
poked her. And she yelled in the top bedroom.
Rabbit. I said this when you didn't wake up. The timer never went off yet. Like I gave it one turn and we were waiting for you.
And I don't
Okay.
understand. You don't
I don't
have
know
a
what
watch.
time it was before.
You don't know what time it was, but I said it right. I said it and it never went off. You were out that long. So that was a countdown.
It set that countdown for like 2 hours though. Couldn't still not have gone off.
Like,
Let's
I
see
mean,
what
I
point that proves.
I could have set it for 2 hours, and if it said an hour and a half, that means you were out for you were out for half an hour.
But that would be based on your word.
That'd be
Into mine.
based on me, waking up, clicking the button.
and in fairness, like while you were out, the radio was on. She heard us trying to resuscitate you and everything.
Babe was on the radio.
Yeah, Babe did. Yeah. Then we kind of turned off the radio and ignored him.
Reach back out to him. But I just have to, like, it's hearsay. I'm fine. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, there's 3 to 4
You
people
know,
who
I
say you're
know-
not fine.
Listen, I know it's unsettling, and I know it's a bit of a vulnerable point, knowing that you may have been knocked out longer and longer for the past 5 years.
Radio check for Babe.
But we have no
You out
reason
there?
to fuck with you.
Well, I'm not like
Oh.
horribly concerned. I'm not like up in a
Who was that?
fluff about it, but
Dougal.
I feel fine.
How many's on the radio?
I had a splitting headache in the back of my head that runs
Oh,
down my
me and
spine,
Dougal.
like always.
Babe, you were on the radio with me a minute ago with the whole rabbit thing, right?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Staying alive. Yep.
If I put the radio down in a minute, can you tell him what you heard?
Yeah, I will mention these last 2 storms. You know, I started getting nosebleeds.
Yeah.
All right, 1 second.
Like, it
Remember
starts
that.
trickling just before.
But do
hold-
you taste colors?
Hey, babe.
I taste colors.
What she do? Hey, baby, you on the radio still?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Can you tell Rabbit what happened?
Well, what does Rabbit think happened?
Apparently, he thinks he woke up immediately after the last storm.
Oh no. Marbles hit him with a banana, I think. I think Carver's peed on him. Yeah, it was like 10 minutes. And then Asling was there. She said Hunter did the same thing.
Hey, Lance.
You're in on this whole gag too? Is that how it is?
I'm not. I mean, if you knew me, I'm not in with no gag with Corvus and Marbles. I like them here, but I mean,
There's no sense in trying to fight denial. If you want your mental block, that's on you.
Like I said, I feel fine, so I'm not sure what the issue is.
The issue is, it seems that these storms are starting to take effect on a lot of us. A lot more bit of a frequency.
Well, I wish I knew more, but I just don't. I wasn't part of the medical team.
Well, where was the medical team? Where did they station?
There's the pair of hospitals on Terra Island. And that's where they
Hospital.
So you're saying-
probably conducted
so you're
most
saying
of
we
their
should-
research.
I was gonna say, do we need to go check all the hospitals? Is that what that's what I'm hearing?
That's what I'm hearing. I mean, I might need to make some room.
Well, you don't have to go, but I'll be going.
Wait a minute, where are you guys right now?
Where they worked, I'm not sure. That's probably where they would have
We're in
done
Rabbit
research.
Country.
But like I said, I wasn't part of the medical team, so
Oh,
do
it
you
makes
remember
sense.
Rabbit Country?
The Warren.
I think so. You know,
You were
seen
with us when
door
that
was
happened, right?
guiding you.
Maybe.
I haven't been out that way. I don't know what sort of threats are there, but I'm gonna go.
I mean, I'm down to go. I'm a little packed.
I'd have to stop by my hub to drop off supplies. But it's on the way.
Because maybe we have some room here. We can kind of like offload real quick a little bit.
I don't know if there's, because we filled that can. Like I'm gonna bring more tents down here, but
That is a lot of meat. Holy crap.
do you want to, babe? Do you want to rendezvous down here with us? I mean, if you have a canopy tent, that'd be great.
I mean, I may put right down there, but it might be a little bit still.
That's fine.
Actually, and alternatively, I know what else we could do. Like, because we're not gonna be taking my truck. I mean, the truck has room. But that also means, you know, like random person that sees it could potentially yank stuff. But you know, it's just how things go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking to kind of, you know, drop off some junk, really.
You know what? I have a plan that I'm gonna go do real quick right now. I don't know if you guys want to come with or not.
Where are you going?
So,
Yeah, what's up?
there's another place where I saw a truck. I was gonna go. I was gonna say we can move that over here, then
Oh,
use that for
hey.
storage.
Well, you do that. I have to stop by my place. I have to make sure it's locked up tight while Hunter's knocked.
All right, well,
What?
you know I'm with you. Rabbit, you, what about you?
I think I'm gonna just hang about for a minute.
Get your bearings.
So yeah, you stay and just, you know, marinate in the information we give you, and think about really hard if it's ever happened before.
How about
Yeah, I
this?
could probably do that.
I could meet you all outside the mining town, just before we start cutting up north towards the hospitals.
That could work.
Aye.
All right. Babe, did you hear that?
Well, Babe should come all the way here though. He's got a canopy on him.
Oh, yeah. Just making sure that he actually, well, we're all still be on the radio anyways. I'll leave mine on. All right. You know where to go?
Yeah, I know where to go. Are you gonna go outside so I can shut and lock the door?
That's right. I don't know the number.
At least not yet. I mean, we'll have to discuss that stuff later.
Yeah, go ahead and write
Or
it.
maybe only I live there.
I mean, if you do send it to me, just jot it down.
Yeah, I know.
What? I mean, I'm forgetful. If you just tell me. So where's this truck at?
Yes, because that's what I want to say on the radio, so, you know, any random person
shit.
that we don't know.
Yeah, I'm so glad this truck was still by the, research facility.
Come on.
Right, babe? That right by that. Remember that truck we saw by the research facility?
You're really shit at not being obvious.
What? I mean, everybody will back me up. It's at the research facility.
Oh, sure, right. I spotted it before.
Yeah, it's just right there in the open, you know?
When you all start cutting across out
And there's
west,
also odds that McDougal took the truck. I did tell him where it was.
McDougal, you were on the radio,
I
right?
didn't take it.
Yeah, no, he didn't take it. He didn't take the one that's by the research facility, right?
Okay, yes.
Well, no.
No.
Wait, where is it?
McDougal's on the radio.
I also didn't take the one at BKLO2.
Right.
Where in the world is PKLO2? Is that place out west?
Not slightly west.
Gonna be honest, I never
southwest
checked
Lenore.
this out before.
Hey guys, I'm gonna go radio silent for a minute.
Hi.
What in the world is it? Ooh.
It's train tracks, but this I think would go pretty far through the mountain. So I don't we should come back and check this out at some point. But I didn't know about this. We definitely did. With our luck, it's probably just a stupid tunnel through the mountain and nothing special.
True. You know, but even if that was like a dead end, like throwing some shit in there. Oh, that's a little weird and freaky that you hear the wind blowing up through it.
Yeah.
They didn't steal that one, did they?
I think it's just a tunnel through the mountain though. Like I think it just comes out the other side.
Oh,
There's
no,
train tracks.
I mean, like they didn't like do a really good like sealant on like the roof.
Oh.
So like the air passing through just like comes up through the ground. Oh, so that's gonna be good today. We didn't realize you were hopping off. Oh wow, look at you showing off that you have stamina. And I'm done. Kind of be responsibles. You know, I would like to take the weather effect on here, but flip it for like the heat and apply that to our Chinar server.
Alright, we might have to go loud, but we need to get into something because there's all the military shit.
Hey, Green Ghost. Thank you for the raid. How you guys doing? not gonna wear that because that is heavy. I have a good idea how this is about to go in a minute. Yeah. There he goes. I hope you had a good stream there.
Alright, I'm going loud.
Hold on, we're going loud. I'm ready.
Do you still have your radio on?
No, radio's off.
Because you know they might be asking and thinking we're getting attacked or something.
Oh, you have a very good point there.
So yeah, you turn on the radio and
Yeah, I'll let them know. Oh, we gotta fix that. The Barrington map. Was that new? Hey, radio check. Just relying that any gunshots you heard is us.
Alright, good.
Because you might have heard a lot of gunshots.
Oi.
And go on radio silent. So there's a new map? I actually haven't heard of that one. We're good. We are currently on Namalsk. I realize now I actually do not have a command for that. Anything? No, I didn't realize ammo could actually spawn in the sink there. I just doesn't. Nah, it's all good, dude. Yeah, don't want that. Yeah, I haven't heard of Barrington. Though I do know I am waiting, I think, what, later around fall, winter, there is a other like tropical map that's supposed to be coming out. And now that one I am looking forward to. What'd I do with you? No, it's actually not Eden. It's Island of something. I'm kind of blanking on the rest of it. No, that one is the DRL creator. That's his new map he's working on. The other one is Islands of Tusagami or something like that. Creators like Coco or something, or Coco TV. And his kind of like beta time is supposedly he wants to try it around like this fall. So around fall time, he's hoping for like beta-ish, get people to actually, you know, out and like testing the map. What am I writing right now? Same color. So I'm looking forward to that one. Yeah, I need to find myself another gun cleaning kit. A little rare up here. Did he already got this. Battery. All right, so we just need that battery.
I have the battery on me.
Oh,
Remember, I drove my truck there, so we're driving this truck over there and then leaving it.
oh yeah, valid point, yeah. No, that's it. Hey, this door's locked.
I didn't check. Yeah, well, I haven't checked there.
First room, the second room clear. This is locked as well. Yeah, just some sights. Third room clear. Got on the fourth. And nobody in the shower. Not the gun I want. Not the gun I want. Now I'm actually I'm on Project Omega. And this is actually the Namalsk soundtrack.
Put some 5.56 in there. Also, that M16 has 5.56 in it if you want to empty it. Also, I found something that'll make someone happy.
What was that? Oh, hey.
Oink, oink. Yeah, that'll make someone happy. It's
Yeah,
the
it
right
will.
one.
Yeah, Project Omega is not a PvE server. It is a little bit of a niche server. Out of game comms are not allowed. So everything you hear is, you know, everybody just speaking in game. I'll do the math then. All right. We tigers. That's enough. You haven't played much outside of Chernarus. Project Omega started off on Banoff. Moved to Chernarus. There still is a Chernarus server. That's kind of like the main one. Before Namalsk, there was a Deer Isle up for a little while. And Namalsk just had their newest update. So this one follows all the same rules as their Chernarus one. But it's a much smaller map. Like, this is the entire map of Namalsk. And there's a couple of vehicles on there. Like, once you have a vehicle, I mean, traveling can be pretty quick from A to B. The also the Chernara server is a complete opposite weather-wise as to the Namalsk. It's more of a like summertime kind of Chernars. To the point where if you even try to like cook by campfires, like it cooks you alive almost. What mask was that?
So that's the mask that Oracle likes to wear.
Ah,
That's why I stopped, otherwise I would have kept going.
Banff was nice. Just when the server was up, there was still earlier days, so there was a lot of like constant updates.
So what do you think now that I got the saint mask? I went to the poncho.
That you look more like you now?
Yeah, but I never really wore the poncho. I wore a red beret, remember?
That's true. Yeah, we could. Oh, you probably can't wear the red beret, yeah.
And now I need heat. I mean, I go back to the Gorka helmet, which is not bad because it kind of works with this too.
Kind of does, but you know that one. You know that works. Project Omega. So you'll see Project Omega Chernarus and Project Omega Namalsk. Head in the bed. Hey, we don't thank you for the raid, you know, stopping by.
God damn, that fence was invisible.
It is also in the title, that's correct. Yeah, that's all we need to do is get all the way down here and then boom, fence. We'll be stopping by more aid. I appreciate that. Nah, nothing. I don't think actually most people really even read titles. They see like you're always looking for like part of it, or even like what game the person's playing. Was that a box of nails?
It might have been. You want to stop and look? Because you can run the west. Oh wait, there's going to be a lot of dead from the truck noise. They're coming. Okay, you don't have to show off your strength.
It's alright, that's definitely not what I meant to do. It was a car battery.
Also, I mean, we didn't know since we were inside, but you can clearly see when that fire is going. Smoke coming out the side.
When? So I forget, what was the plan here?
To leave the truck and you drop off as much crap as you can in the truck so you don't have full bags. Do you not remember?
Well, that was the plan, but now there's two. Are you just gonna park this truck over just somewhere random? Or you're parking this over by his place, right?
Yes.
I knew that. Oh. You know that scares me, right?
Well, I'm driving in there. You know that. What are you doing?
I was trying to unload. I don't trust Daisy vehicles. Ever. You think you'll have like enough room? Next thing you know, that vehicle just completely desyncs and like shifts your way. And I only know this from actual experience. sworn. I'll take it with me. I don't need that at the moment unless I want to make. I'll make up one more maybe. You used to take the doors off after your mate killed you when you opened the door. Yeah, and I can see that. I was on another server and a couple of the guys we were playing with were from Australia. So their ping was a bit high. And I thought I had probably this much room between me and them when all of a sudden they shot backwards to the side and then ended up technically running me over. And it was on like another hardcore server too, so you know, getting sent to the coast really hurt. Like that's a big thing. Not so much per se in Namalsk, because Namalsk is already kind of a hardcore in its own way. The Project Omega Chernarus server is set up to be it's hardcore. You know, a lot of it is living off the land.
And we're back. There's some 9x39 if you need it in the truck. I also brought you back some spare pants.
That we definitely didn't pay on you before. Has to be first person, which we are, and vanilla. That depends on what you would consider vanilla.
It's weird climbing on it. I don't know if you're gonna be able to get up there.
Like there's no traders. Like NPC traders. If you're doing any trades, you know, it's gonna be with a person. Maybe I'll snag that. Now I got an extra battery in there. Not gonna need all that. This can go in there. Those we're saving. Oh, not crazy loot. Gotcha. Yeah, the Chernarus one is definitely, it'll take your time to build up in some ways. That's right, I was going to give that over to Ashling. Fit that up there. Bring you down. Even though I know Dayz is gonna completely jack my organization as soon as it can. I can eat you. You like a challenge? Yeah, Lance is another person who he plays on Project Omega, so he has a pretty good idea. I'll take the ammo, not the mag. Same there. Save those these ones for later. I can put them away for storage. Just keep the loose. I think I have room. There we go. Okay, one extra battery. Leave that one there. Alright. Don't need the extra epi. Rootsy. Of course you say it's not hardcore enough. You're trying to murder everybody. With the environment. And zombies. I would agree, Siley. Oh. Okay, I feel kind of slighted. Are you really? I'm the one speaking. Wow.
Checking in on Babe to see how he was doing on his travels.
The zombie doesn't like me, apparently. What? Are you just playing with him?
Yeah.
So, how's Babe doing? Is he almost here? Want more food? I don't know how long the trip is gonna be. Is he opening the door? Yes. I'll just have like some extra for everybody. Or for all for myself. Let's go fill this up real quick. There's hardcore and then there's just painful. There is a fine line between when you can go from like hardcore into just being tedious. It is definitely like a fine line. I look like Rabbit. What is he doing? Oh, I think that's what he meant by the fire. That middle ground is very hard to find. Because while you can be extremely tedious, I mean, you can also swing in that, you know, the opposite direction, and you have like, you know, those areas where it's just like there's loot everywhere. You know, like you can run 10 feet, pick up a gun, get ammo, get food, you never have had to fish or hunt because you know like there's just food everywhere for you to grab and run. And then at that point, I mean, your only challenge in that way is really just shooting. And then it's very rare that you also get anybody who's, you know, actually talking out loud to you. You remember playing the alpha? Yeah, I'm not that old of a player on DayZ wise. I think I've been playing for like 2 years. Something like that. And I'm getting close to or just past like the 1500 mark. The rabbit. I haven't done a whole lot of the rabbit traps. That and the fish snares. Nerf, is a loot up? No, it's just a flat empty building. This is where you get sniped. 1K on PC, 3K on PS4. Nice. Yeah, there's a few of us, myself included, and one of the admins. And then we have some like of our members. A bunch of us pretty much put a lot of our hours on DayZ Underground, on Doug. Before kind of hopping around a little bit. We did Silent Centuries Condition 0 for a bit. And then basically grew into this. Native controller support. Yeah, finding the games that actually could, you know, work with controller could be hard. Feel that radio. Radio check.
Hey.
What's up, weirdo?
Where's everybody at?
I'm by the truck. Tearing a log.
Oh my.
I
Yeah.
assume you're all gathering at the Warren.
Oh, you meant that kind of log. I thought, you know, you said you were by the truck, you know. I thought maybe you were. But never mind, carry on.
Tearing a log, not dropping a log.
Hey, you know what sounded to me kind of familiar. Ashling, you still on your way up here?
As I was saying to your brother, it doesn't make sense for me to double back if we're just headed straight out again down the same road.
Oh,
I thought
that's
we were
right.
meeting outside the mining town.
Oh, shit. I don't know if that was a shot at me or the doc.
I don't know.
Was that you?
Dude, no. I didn't shoot.
Really, Marbles?
Oh, you,
I was sawing a log. It's not me, you dumbass.
That does.
your
Well,
little friend is back then.
yeah, that doesn't. That there's comfort gone. I was kind of hoping it was just Marbles then. I was going for brick up the stairs when I heard the shot.
Get inside.
So I was gonna go looking for him a little bit.
Hear a shot from where I'm at.
You heard that?
I didn't hear a shot at all. So are you sure you're not hearing things?
Actually, where that pinged?
Yeah,
That would have been like
because I didn't
southern.
hear a shot either, so I don't know what the hell he's hearing.
Oh, well, here, just let me back outside and I'll go stand up there and see if I get shot.
I mean, if you really want to.
For science.
Not really science.
I got the inscription for his tombstone.
Does it?
Told you I heard a shot.
I like it.
And what is going on?
I don't know. I think he has like PTSD and thinks he's hearing things that no one else is hearing. Actually, I want to be honest. I did hear the shot, so I don't know what it is. But if he gets shot out there, it would be funny.
I mean, that shot probably went right over your head.
I do see zombies running across the railroad tracks down there to the, pretty sure to the east.
Right, well, I'm almost there, so don't shoot me.
Yeah, well, be alert. I guess someone's shooting.
Alright, see somebody in the guard tower?
That's me. There's a whole like spot over there. Like, unless someone's being really cheeky all the way up there. But the way that shot hit. And they're only.
Home?
Hello.
Oh. Hey, let me in.
I heard that shot.
Yeah, you heard that one? Like east, southeast, or south? Yeah.
Somewhere around there. I don't feel safe standing on that roof.
It pinged me around the brick bin, the front of the brick building, God house.
Get off the roof I'm on.
Okay, get in here.
And the shots are pretty slow in between. They're probably shooting and then moving.
Just baiting you out.
Pickaxe.
So, babe, I have a request.
Yeah.
Take off that mask and the poncho.
Just get the crap out of me there.
Should
Grab
your
it.
radio be on for that?
Yes. Oh, now look on the ground, babe.
Is going on in there?
I don't think we want.
want
He's
to know.
becoming his true self.
Oh my. Just give them a little private time, all right?
I do want my black poncho on.
I think you were red.
Here?
I mean, yeah, but I'm wearing
No,
blue and,
this way.
blue and black here.
Alright, well, I mean, I thought you always wore red ponchos with the
I heard
right?
a bear. Which direction?
Thank you.
Oh, I didn't hear a
You're
bear.
welcome.
Is this ammo up for grabs?
Kind of. I mean, take what you need, but
Oh,
oh, sweet.
I have no idea who's just, they're just popping shots, you know? Hmm. But yeah, it is either like one of those. So like where the shots hit, I'm almost thinking that it's someone who's just, you know, they want to freak you out, you know, they want to mess with you.
Oh yeah, eat up.
Yeah, it was every time I was near the guard tower. And then when Babe went from like running past me to go in, there was like that was the second shot. And there was a spot up there, I guess you could see. But the angle for that, I mean, you have to be in between there. Unless you were like, because that wasn't a super close shot. I mean, you would almost think If they're not in the woods there. Thought they're up at the military shooting down. Oh, he locked it. And the fact that he's not taking any more shots. I mean, I'm giving him ample opportunity to, like, you know, pop a shot. And he's just not. So either somebody is just, they just, you know, they're just spooking it. You're gonna fall asleep? Hey, thanks for stopping in though, you know? Appreciate it. I'm too fat to jump in there. So what's the deal here? What do we...
Yeah, I'm waiting on all of you to group up.
You guys were looking for an active shooter. You're the one that should be telling us what's the deal right now.
Right.
Well, they haven't shot in a while, so my guess is they're just messing with... I haven't heard a shot in a while. Maybe they ran away. There is a sign up there. That one. And I keep thinking it's somebody up there. Like just their head like, peeping up.
Then I'm going to start headed out. Let me know when you're close, I'll get the fire going.
Let's see. Oh, there is two ways. Technically for us that would have been a little bit quicker, but
Rabbit in here? Are we missing Rabbit now?
are we?
I don't know, he's not responding, that's why I'm asking, because I know Babe's here, he's moving.
Yeah, it's not right.
Well, actually, is Rabbit planning to go with us?
You know, actually, I don't think we ever confirmed that. No, wasn't he staying here?
Get better.
Oh wait, no, he was staying here to catch himself while we got the truck.
I thought he was gonna stay here when you guys went and got that truck.
Yeah.
I thought that was just for that, and he was gonna go with us to the hospital.
I don't know, maybe you gotta get a poking stick again, go poke him.
I don't even know where he's at to do that.
Well, shit.
So there's an active shooter and you just lost a member of your group as far as his location.
No.
Considering he never said his fucking location to begin with.
He came off the guard tower, and I thought he went back inside with you.
No.
Oh. Well, shit.
You were out there. You were the ones that had eyes on. What are you doing?
I'm dealing with a bit of a horde able to walk through doors, apparently.
Oh, you had the same issue I had. A built
Yes,
door or a
I
regular
got
door?
greeted by a general. I may be in a spot of trouble.
Was it a fence or was it a barricade door?
Barricade door.
The only thing I was thinking on is then like it. I don't know. We'll look at it later. I guess I don't know.
Oh, it's fine.
Alright, well, I'm coming out.
No, go for it. Yeah, I haven't heard a shot in a while. There was only 2 shots, same building. And then I guess that was just it. Yeah, no, I was checking to see if there was an EVR storm coming. I mean, yeah.
Which building?
I was sitting in the brick car tower right there. Shots came from that direction. Well, from what I can tell, either that one or the other side, but it was really there or there. Because that's the only thing that can hit that brick. And I've been looking around, no movement, no nothing. So. And then Rabbit ran up here on the steps like twice for me, then he took off somewhere.
Damn, well, I don't know.
Yeah, it's alright. He knows where we're going if he wants to join.
That's a shame. I was hoping the expert would have come with us.
And instead, you get my doofy brother.
And Marbles. And Babe.
And none of us have any medical training, but I'm sure we'll know exactly what we're looking for.
Hey, I can totally do CPR.
I mean, I know how to sew up a wound.
Suppose any document. Ah, there we are. So maybe you can translate if you come across any document.
I'm actually at that hospital now, and I'm not seeing the documents or anything. A ton of medical gear here, though.
That is a good idea. Also, all these marks right here, the gray
Okay,
boxes,
well, that just feels ominous.
that has, that's frostbite. So I'm down to 3/4 of my health because of it. Well, step on my head. Just, ugh.
I did.
You stepped all over me. Oh.
This is what was up there.
Yeah, it did. That's not ominous at all. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Oh. How'd that even happen?
That may have hurt a little bit.
Wait, was that your mask you're looking for?
Yeah, I finally got one.
that stung a little. That's why I hate wearing boots. Like, there's no sneaking by a zombie with boots on. Like, if you can throw sneakers on, or even like the foot wraps, like usually, you know, you're quiet enough to even get up for like a backstab. Oh, who you going for? Wait. Oh, here comes another one. And hang on, me? Coming for me? Nothing.
Alright, Aslan, we're almost to that alley that we kidnapped you at.
Alright.
Actually, we are at the alley.
Alright, I'm just outside of the town main road leading in.
Where was that alley?
Be on the right if you kept following behind us.
I had to fight a zombie. Oh, there you are. How's the weather going for me? So far, it's a nice and warm, sunny day in Namalsk.
I figured you got lost.
Yeah, there was a zombie down there. They had a fight.
I would suggest following the train tracks out.
That was one idea.
And not go on the main road. It makes it easier.
Though when it comes to Namalsk, the weather changes like so fast sometimes.
I'll meet you at the tracks.
Don't look at me. I don't have a stamina to do that.
I thought you dropped weight.
Oh,
I'm actually shocked. You did.
I actually did drop weight, and it's still not enough.
What?
30-minute rain? That is a lot of rain. Oh shit, I don't know if you, did I hit you? I think you hit me.
I might hit you. You didn't hit me.
Oh no, one of them definitely hit me.
Good.
I've seen better days. You know, between frostbite, falling over your head, and then getting, I think, hit by you or a zombie, that's it.
Oh.
Got frostbite still. Oh,
You haven't made your
strike a
deal with the, you know, the man yet?
With the hag? No, I haven't made that hag deal yet. Frostbite is rough.
I'm surprised, considering you were vouching for it.
Yeah, let's just say, you know, I don't always like having to make those deals. I mean, and of course, you know, it's frostbite on 3 pieces like that you know, that can't be wrung out.
Are you all following the tracks?
Yes. Again, I see a creepy weirdo wearing a red poncho.
Quick, shoot it. No, babe, you're not supposed to actually aim. Jeez.
He told me.
Yeah, that sickness mark is the frostbite one. I learned that one yesterday. I thought I had a cold, so I started like popping
Right.
vitamins and stuff.
Joe wanted to warm up before we head out.
I mean, it doesn't matter to me.
But it is rough losing that 25%.
I was asking if you guys wanted to get toasty before headed out.
Yeah, I'm too fat to even jump.
We should probably warm up.
If you're too fat to jump, there's literally steps down there, so keep going.
Oh,
Okay. I'm not too fat. I'm just too lazy.
You know what? I'm changing my mind. I'm gonna go be lazy.
You can just legitly walk right up there, down there.
Yeah, the next time we go out to like the Arctic area, I'm probably gonna throw on like a mask and maybe just like the hand wrapped gloves a little bit because I can at least be, you know, wrung out.
Oh. Oh. Ugh.
Wait, my bag was messed up. I think I might have just enough to fix that.
My friend Dougal already said he was there.
Yeah, well, he is a quick mover.
I'd still like to see it for my own eyes. He may have missed something.
You love the Irish accents. But that right there is a character name, Ashling. Which is
Have
spelled
any of you been out
AI.
there?
I have.
Like there's no
To the
SH for
hospital?
that.
No.
Like it looks
the
like
only thing
AI
I saw was
like
the red
sling.
gunter that I helped McDougal get going.
Well, there's the harbor. Oh, I imagine that's where they got their supplies. Can't find anything there, I imagine. I'm gonna just sweep it. Right, the old toasty.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah.
Is somebody leaving a bottle of water?
Ooh.
I wouldn't drink that though.
No, I'm not drinking it. I learned my lesson.
Yeah, it's not one of those things, you know, you don't get to come back from. At least not easily.
That's putting it lightly, I think.
Yeah, if you're ever playing like Namalsk and you have a bottle of water that either says freezing, cold, stuff like that, it drops your internal temperature, which starts to kill you.
You have to fight a bunch of dead.
I'm not in the mood.
And then another like little tip too, you can't eat hot food. So you have to wait for it to drop to around, I think I've noticed around like 60, 70 C. Anything hotter than that will actually burn you. So it actually like hurts to eat it.
I called Dayz if there's anything cool.
Oh, alright. Check it out.
A knife?
Hunting knife.
I don't-
Didn't you say you lost
Yeah,
one?
I did, but I don't need another one right now. I got a combat knife in my booth.
You want I should hold on to it?
Yeah. Radio check. Is anyone out there? Alright, man, Google, how's it going over there? Are you still in the same place? Alright, well, we went radio silent for a bit, but we are making our way though. Alright, going radio silent again. Alright, so McDougal's there. Said he has a fire going, and he'll wait for us.
That's kind of him. Can't help but wonder who your friend was, the one that was doing those baiting shots.
Yeah, no idea.
Oh, so you were having issues with, Dead just running through the door, huh?
Hi. The strangest thing.
So, I speculated on this, but I think it has to do with how close, you built to the threshold of the building, and if somehow, if it gets close enough to that threshold, it thinks it can, find its path inside.
Well, that's the odd thing. It used to block him out just fine.
Huh. So I was having a problem with the fence, so I tore the fence down, and then I built, like, a little door barricade. Because, it's a nice metal fence. It just ran right through it.
Aye.
Zombies ran through it, 3 wolves, and a fucking bear.
Oh yeah, that was a blast.
Yeah, as soon as
Where,
I
at
heard
the-
that thing
at
get
the rabbit
close, I
hole?
yelled at you to get the ladder.
He did. He's just like, because I wasn't sure. He's like, no, climb.
Yeah, and you barely got up in time so that I could get on the ladder because that thing was right behind us.
It did. It almost had my ass.
Royce.
No, I was, no, it would have been my ass. I was under you.
Well, you would have taken one for the team. You know, I would have mourned your death.
I already got hit by a bear once today. While I was driving my truck. It hit me 2 bleeds, and then I ran it over. Like I backed
That'll
over
teach
it.
you.
His luck with bear today is just.
Oh,
I know,
it's two
usually
bears.
the big hairy man like you.
Oh, is he hairy under all that?
No, I said they like him. I didn't say he was hairy.
I'm not telling. That's a secret.
Okay, well, I already told... I don't remember now if it was Babe or someone else that was visiting. You know, he said something about going to the bathroom, and I was like, he's got to shave his legs.
I think that was
Well, that
Babe.
was me.
Yeah.
So, you know, he does hair removal. He's not really hairy. Oh, goddamn, what was
Whoa.
in that bullet?
I don't know.
That was interesting.
It was entertaining as fuck. Like your knuckles.
Yeah, they come in handy.
No. I already burned the other copy I had.
All right. Well, I thought he wanted me, but apparently no. I didn't smell good enough.
There's a lot of rocks we could kick.
It really is, yeah. Want to see you can do this?
Try
You know,
to keep your voices low.
we can see you can skip the rock the
Yes.
farthest.
The dead around here tend to lurk in the water.
So yeah, you can start to see the hospital right there.
Oh yeah, I see it.
With the cranes.
Hope we can figure something out. It'd be worth it exposing like this. So, babe, have you taken any sort of deal? Like the others?
Oh yeah, when I woke up, I took a deal. I couldn't take it anymore. I'm shocked Corvus hasn't.
Well, I mean, I've had to take a lot of deals, all right?
You know, if you dealt with, what was it, the hag or the lady?
I always get the hag.
I'm not sure.
The lady's more of a fan of marbles than me.
A fan?
Oh yeah, she's a huge fan of marbles.
Okay, well, who did you deal with? You never really answered us either.
I think I heard a bear.
Well, you didn't respond. Who did you deal with?
Oh.
Alright, I guess it's too personal of a question then.
You know,
No, I'm just thinking how to put it.
You know, she did confirm for me earlier, she did use my knife that had my blood on it.
yeah, and then you stabbed her with my blood.
Yeah, but I'm talking about...
Oh, before, yeah.
You made a speculation about someone not being happy if she showed up with my blood.
Yeah. Like the lady would be all happy. Hey, it's Marvel. Look, you know, he's here. And then all of a sudden, it's not you.
I don't
You
know.
know, I have another theory.
What's that? Oh, also, is your bag a little jacked?
Yeah, but I don't have a leather sewing kit on me.
I ran out.
Here you are.
So, what's his other running theory?
So, I mean... Maybe it's somehow connected here. The whole zero entity things, you know?
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Get back.
I mean, what do you
Yeah, what-
recall? What are you supposed to hear or see?
Well, oh, here's the other part of my theory, though. Like, whoever sends us back, maybe they take shape of whatever we believe them to look like.
I don't remember seeing anything.
Okay, well, I mean, that's a possibility, too. But I'm just saying, so, like, I was told about the lady and the hag, so I just always hope I'd meet the lady. And maybe, I guess, my brother hates himself so much, maybe he just sees the hag.
Oh, wow. Wow.
I don't see anything. It was just a...
Well, I guess maybe you're just empty inside.
It was just a void. And instead of voices, it was more... an understanding, a sense. I didn't know. I will say it gave a cut of inspiration, for sure.
Alright, McDougal, we are arriving now, and I can see your fire.
That's a broom.
That is a broom. Well, some handiwork to be done.
Put a bunch of medical supplies and stuff here if anybody wants any of it.
Oh, yeah, you have been busy.
Oh, crap, yeah.
The main reason we came over, though, was Rabbit was telling us something about the medical personnel and whatnot, so we were like, maybe we come over here and see if we could figure anything out.
Yeah, I didn't find no files or nothing here. But I could have missed something, so feel free to look around.
And now I look even more like you.
Oh, I like it.
I mean, no, it works, yeah.
The only issue is it still looks a little weird with the tactical leg holster.
Yeah, it's a valid point.
It's your handiwork.
Oh yeah, it was just one grenade. Took out pretty much all of them.
It's impressive.
Do I want any more of this? Puppies are always, a useful thing.
You guys hear anything about that Phoenix place on the map?
Phoenix.
No.
I might have to go out there and check that place out.
There you go, babe. Oh, yeah, that works.
Seems like it'll be multiple swims through the ice though.
Whereabouts is it?
Oh, that is way down there.
Way east of here.
Those are worn.
Christ, that's a lot of swims.
Yeah.
I just need to look for myself.
Yeah, do we want to turn radios on and just comb the place?
Aye.
Oh, there's another pair of black hunter pants. Guess I'll grab and carry those.
Yeah, I grabbed one of the gas masks because I know we're gonna need that. So definitely, if you got room, if everybody should have
I
one.
don't know my blood type anymore.
You know your blood type.
Anyone seen this person? They're wanted.
I didn't do it.
I think that's Rabbit. Maybe Rabbit wasn't, right. Maybe he was a wanted man. It's like a
Yeah,
policeman.
he is a bit vague about his schooling.
He did say he worked for somebody called Tetra or something. And everything I've read has all been done in the NAC group.
That's what the document said, aye. However, it did mention that there had been competing companies. Some from Russia.
Yeah, the document talked about the Russian military stuff attack.
Right at the critical point of the testing of the device.
He didn't seem Russian though.
I mean, most Russian operatives, they're pretty good at blending in. I think I just jacked up my shoulder and tried to wedge open a door. supposing your friend there is, you know, an operative.
Could be.
Well, you talking about Rabbit?
Hey,
I mean, I guess anything's possible, but I don't know. It seemed like they, you know, he had seemed like a pretty nice guy, you know.
I mean, he did save our lives yesterday.
I mean, if he was an operative, don't you think he would have just let us go, you know, jumping into something?
Maybe he's keeping us out of there for a reason.
where did you say you met up with him?
Oh, I'm not really sure how they know Rabbit.
I might have had a Athena research like a week ago.
Well, does it make the, you know, it makes sense though he would be there.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I didn't really question much of his story.
Makes you wonder though. Oh, I mean, for all the documents, it's been a vast team working on various projects. And he's the only one.
You already get to this building?
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah, I think we're pretty much wrapped up.
Damn it.
Yeah, we'll meet back up at the store.
Aye.
My shots.
I bet most of the files are just barred up.
Hey, what about that Terra place?
The harbor?
Harbor. That's what I was going to take a look at after.
Yeah, that was. I mean, yeah, the harbor is an option too, but also that
It's just down the hill.
top of the mountain, you know, the Tara place.
Oh, aye. I mean, if there are classified documents, they may be up there.
I mean, you're more like. I feel like you're more likely to find, you know, a classified document, not in a harbor.
True. Alright.
Hold up, where's my brother?
He's back here by the fire.
Is he burning shit? He's probably burning shit.
Things.
You're burning things out.
I like burning things.
Told you.
I realize I've been whispering.
Well, there was a little like, we're about to head out, but there's like, oh, hold on, where's Marbles? It's like, I didn't see you, and I'm like, you know what? I bet you he's burning shit.
Well, I guess you know me well.
Oh,
I ran to that Terra place the other day.
that's stronger than the other stuff. It's a different kick.
I was like, I hit you with morphine, just jammed in your arm.
Thank you. Ooh, that feels good.
My turn. Yeah, there we go. Babe, you want to hit?
Yeah, of course. Oh God.
Right in the arm.
Ooh.
Feels good, huh? Especially when we're
How
going to
is
be
that?
going up in the mountains.
Why not? Maybe we check out the harbor as well.
Might as well. If we're looking for
What?
documents, I'm thinking, you know, place all the way up in the mountains. That's where you put documents.
Yeah, let's go back to that submarine.
Yeah. Because they
Map?
just, let me get frostbite and they know everything else.
Hey, I was promised an igloo and it never happened.
I'm still upset about that.
Yeah. I like the igloos. I feel
I
like
know. It fit, right?
you know, maybe you should look to see if someone else made instructions how to, you know, put igloos back in.
You can look. Hey, yo, what's wrong with the haba?
Where'd she go?
That's about it. I mean, yeah, trying to type out that could be a little difficult. And I don't know. She's probably still on the radio.
Where are you at?
She's probably we're going south.
There she comes.
Wait, are we going to the harbor or like the mountain first?
I think
Shouldn't we go to the harbor first, then go to the mountain? Because the mountain would be on the way back.
unless you cut down the mountain side to the harbor, and then you have a straight shot back to the bridge.
I mean, it works either way. It'll be the same amount of travel.
Yeah, we get up the harbor first.
Oh,
Oh. Yeah. Oh shit.
there you go.
Oh, I'm getting double. I'm getting spoiled.
Another one?
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want to hit?
No.
No, I prefer to keep my head on straight.
Oh, you're giving yourself enough. There you go. There you go.
Everything feels better now.
Hey, get rid of those, you know, aches and pains from the cold.
It does.
I don't see the appeal of being numb.
Makes it easier to kill people.
I wasn't really
That went
thinking it
dark.
was hard.
Oh.
So when I was scouting around for potential bases, I did consider setting up in that piano house up there.
Shouldn't we go down to the harbor first?
Oh yeah, I guess we should. And I never mind. I think I said piano house. It's the factory that has the lathes. It looks kind of like the piano
Oh.
house.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, though.
Yeah, because it has the, you know, those side rooms are actually kind of nice.
They're not bad, yeah.
How are you all so present after taking up all that morphine?
Pretty high tolerance.
It's actually already kind of worn off. Like, I'm a little disappointed.
Yeah, same here. Hey, think we can, you know, maybe we'll do is grow a little cocaine around here.
Oh, do you think we can?
Maybe.
I don't think so. You can't even dig out worms from the topsoil. How do you expect to grow anything?
I just gotta find one of those warm greenhouses, you know? Close the door.
Look, my brother's always been a grower, not a shower. He can do this.
I can, yeah. You just gotta believe.
Oh,
To keep the
also,
grower kind of warm.
Remember that building I was talking about earlier? It looks like that one over there on the left. I don't know, I was mentioning a barrel.
Oh, look at that. Hi.
Like that one, but over trains near where we at.
I got so wrapped up in the storm talk, I kind of forgot about it.
But
Think
no,
about it.
these factory buildings also make pretty decent pieces.
Right.
Thank you.
You did have a paper and pen you'd want to write down.
Already getting it. Almost. I'm also getting just the exact compass marking.
Oh yeah, I guess on fatigue you might want. It's a little used.
Oh, man.
Nice
It's
hat.
all quite... feels a bit light.
Well, I stole it from one of the offices, so you know someone was probably using. Oh shit, there's numbers.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about as you interrupted. She's trying to like write them down or memorize it or something.
Oh yeah, that only kind of part of that
I
on the
think
radio.
Google said their coordinates.
Oh,
They seem like coordinates.
They don't seem long enough for coordinates.
Both of these would have the same end in latitude, or rather longitude. I don't know if they're coordinates. 052, 052.
This one's either just east of here or out in the ocean, depending on... I can't remember which number goes first.
These aren't professional markings. Looks like somebody left it behind after.
But yeah, I don't know, like you said, it's not enough numbers to be coordinates though, right?
No.
I don't think so.
Well, not like...
Now, if you look at
not
the
world
map,
coordinates, but on the maps they got around here, it's perfect.
I mean,
It is.
I was
So
looking
it's set in just a kilometer radius.
if those are numbers, that's gonna be southwest, all the way in the southwest.
The one ending, so the 122052 off to the east, that?
Unless you think
This
those
looks like
are,
a bare ice island.
unless the idea is like that's one whole number. 79,000. I don't know if that works either.
It could be. But do you see that lone island across Phoenix? East of it? That's the 122052. Could be something there.
Just something out there in the ocean. Just nothing on the map.
What's the giant island down on the bottom right?
That is definitely a question.
I'm not entirely sure that's an island based off of how it looks on that map. You probably shouldn't really be using it like that.
Maybe that's the place the wormhole takes you.
Nah, you're thinking of also going to that Phoenix place? Like all the way out there in the east?
Yeah.
Did you see there's also something called a Scat 12?
Okay, I was just looking at that.
That's a submarine. Behind you guys.
But he just wanted to be included in the conversation. Oh, your internet died. We were wondering, like, you just kind of poofed on us. And there's an outpost all the way out there too, on the western side.
Yeah, I went out there once.
Oh, all the way out to the Bering outpost.
Yeah.
Anything out there?
Didn't find no documents or nothing, but there's nice military gear out there.
Oh, it just seems
I'm
like
really not
I got a
sure.
couple
I'm
of my
not sure.
guns.
The coordinates of this one.
Hey.
Literally just ocean out there.
Ashling, did you get those numbers?
Aye.
Check out what I found up there.
Oh boy, he's going for the big boom. Everybody might want to drop some weight so you can climb up high.
Okay, so one, it's badly damaged, so I'm not going to be using it.
No.
Oh, this fog is perfect for us to keep moving.
Yeah, we'll go check up in the mountains now.
Aye.
Don't we want to check that one spot before going up to the mountain?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's on the
With the
way.
train tracks?
Yeah, because it's right there.
We gotta
120,
pass it up to go to the
040.
mountain anyway.
So we got, what? 4 different numbers around here?
4 sets. I mean, did we all look all over? Are there any more?
Unless they're hidden somewhere.
It seemed purposeful, putting them all in the open like that.
It's the only ones I've noticed.
Hey, do you think Rabbit may have wrote those?
Oh, maybe.
Another reason why I'd wish he was here.
So you could follow the white rabbit.
Straight into Wonderland.
That is the reference I was going for, since we're talking about portals and other crazy shit.
For some
Maybe like
reason,
eating mushrooms.
I was kind of thinking Matrix reference, because wasn't there a whole thing like follow the rabbit?
Aye.
That's because it was referencing Alice in Wonderland.
Oh.
But,
Well, I
he
caught,
does tend to
God.
I
wear a
caught one
lot of
reference.
white.
And no, I caught one reference, and that was a reference of a reference.
He does wear white. I wonder if subconsciously he's trying to figure things out.
It could be, yeah.
Oh god.
Oh, you in your cell tower too? Yeah, that's usually what happens when the thing gets hit. Light bulb. Oh, we got a blizzard coming.
Anyone need a gas mask filter?
My group is square.
Oh, yeah, got you next to Ashley.
I've not got any more room.
There's like 2 trying to get in from that direction, so,
Wow.
yeah, take
But-
it from behind.
Just punched him right in the butt.
Ugh. Your best.
Yeah. Oh no, I was.
And no fire barrels out here. That's odd.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing any fire bells anywhere around here. He's not close.
Oh, I think we should just keep going up the mountain.
Yeah, there'll be one up the mountain for sure.
Aye.
hate that sound.
What, the snow crunching?
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. You know, sometimes it sounds like the creaking of bone.
Okay, so stop was definitely happening here because I found a detonator.
Oh shit.
Remote one.
Yes.
Hey Marbles, I found blue filament. I found the third color.
There's something up there. I don't know what it is. Headlight, maybe? It's small.
Like a magazine, kinda. I want to say it's a Savannah mag, but I don't know.
CR 550.
Yeah, it's a Savannah mag.
Alright, so we have 3 different colors now.
Yeah, apparently.
Did you take that?
Damn, I'm assuming you wanted me to pick it up.
Oh, no, it's fine either
You can
way.
have the Nauticola.
That's so nice of you.
I think if there was anything up here, it got buried when they destroyed that house.
Yeah, there was a helipad there, and like a radio signal tower thing it looked like. Maybe that was why that remote detonator I found was in that shed.
Make sure everything else is actually dried and not damp in my bag.
looking at, you know, if these are coordinates. On the map, it looks like they lead nowhere. Nothing's out there. Nothing's marked.
I mean, it is also possible that they could be codes.
Have any of you been up to the military bases up in the mountains?
Which one are you talking about?
We got the truck from Hello 2.
Did you just shave yourself under the mask?
No, I shaved my neck.
His neck beard.
I'd let it, you know, I'd let it grow out. It's more warm.
No, I don't have that.
Nope. No, he's never been a beard person.
That's a shame.
Wait, you like men with beards?
Oh, it's more a matter of envy. I think it'd be a lot warmer.
Yeah, until it gets wet and ice freezes all over it.
No different than hair. Did Rabbit ever tell you where the exact location of that project was?
No.
No, not me.
He seemed to insinuate he knew about its whereabouts. He hinted earlier the further you are away from it, the less the effects are.
Well, I don't know about that.
Speaking of, any of you got one of them detectors?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
It's not on, but I got one.
Well, good
would
thing
you mind turning
didn't
it on?
Have it. Sure,
Yeah, I'm not hearing no beeps.
So, looking at the map, if we go south from here, we could go down to the bridge and cross over, and then we could either go up towards Athena or the other military bases.
I'm
Like that,
thinking the
I've never been to L16. Like, I don't know what's there.
I've only just scratched the surface down here. It's worth a shot. However, it's a long trek. We may want to wait till the blizzard heats up a bit more.
Well, I'm not saying leave immediately.
It,
And then McDougal's even found a plane crash. I don't know if there's anything there worth. I think he just found some, like, I think valuable items, but not anything that would explain anything.
Yeah, there's a couple claymores and nice AK there, but that was about it.
I just find it extremely disquieting. Batches of people going mildly insane, losing time, getting sick.
Okay, in fairness, some of us were already a little insane before we got here. Like, that's Babe's true face, if you'd believe it.
The mask.
It's not a mask, that's
What
his
mask?
face. What do you...
wow.
Right.
Hey, while we're warming up on the fire, I made a thing really hot about something.
As am I.
I'm not gonna, because I'm not much of a thinker. What if that light above us falls? And what happens?
Sorry about that, guys. I had to run and use the bathroom real quick. Average Sniper, how's it going? Thank you for the follow. How's your night, morning going? I didn't realize what time it was actually in the morning.
I think you'll live.
Alright. I miss anything good?
No.
Just everybody staring at the fire. You never played Dayz?
I hope we can find something.
Could be a lot of fun. You just gotta find the right server, you know, whatever fits you. The marbles, you got anything for those boots?
I'm afraid he used all of the kit I had brought.
Got part of a kid if he needs it.
Is he also thinking about something? I was looking at the cleanup yet.
Oh no.
So you all came here on vacation, or were summoned. How do you get out?
I haven't figured that one out yet.
Hoping the plane would come back and get us.
I mean, is that? I mean, I was pretty drunk and high, so I don't even remember how we really even got here. Like, I was having a good old party.
Drunk and high.
Oh
Sounds
yeah.
like wherever y'all are from, it's cushy.
Oh, it's warm. Fishing you can do everywheres.
Well, I mean, the plane was the plane that took us from Banaynay to Cherno. We were in the cargo plane, and you were in a goddamn private helicopter.
Are you trying to shame us because our company had money?
Yeah, I feel like there was shame there.
A little bit.
I don't understand. I mean, after everything went to shit, it's just been back in hell every step of the way.
You need this for your shoes?
Oh, I still have the one kit she gave me.
Well, at least the one thing I know about my feet is they can't get frostbite and frostbite.
You know, the one thing I know by looking at all of us, we really love the Roots Black Hunter pants.
Did we all go shop
It's
at
a good brand.
I mean, seriously, did we all just go
It's a
raid the
very
same?
good brand.
We robbed the same store apparently.
I found mine in
I
a
mean,
train car.
some of us already kind of sort of agreed that we're like a group. So, I mean, like Babe's starting to dress like us.
So we do it up
We
in the
fit
summon.
together.
Wait, maybe these pants are from that guy Rootsy you talked about yesterday.
Oh, you think that guy?
Remember him?
He worked at the yeah, his name on a computer. You think he was also like a cloth designer?
Yeah, maybe.
Actually, thinking about it, most of us have it looks like on the same shoes. Black assault boots. Is that what we're all
I mean,
rocking?
that's what I'm walking.
Yeah.
Everyone's
Right.
like McDougal. I'm glad you don't wrap your feet up like that anymore. It's like
It's
they
so
turn
cold.
black.
It's
Like,
so
there's something
cold around here.
wrong.
I mean, it's just I would rather wear those, but then again, would it really matter now? I got frostbite anyways.
As long as you keep them dry, they're plenty warm.
I think this is must be like standard issue. I'm gonna find you a nice long coat.
So are you all from the same group? Back at this other place you came
Huh?
from? What
No,
was it?
he's a
Banal?
cult. cultist.
though.
We robbed him. That we may have
Yeah,
shot
multiple
him.
times. Multiple times again.
He started a cult after being a refugee camp.
Okay, so technically, some of that
I
was
did not
Bubbles,
start a cult.
but Bubbles joined with me, and so it's not exactly my fault, but it sort of is. Affiliation.
Yeah, now it's on you.
I only robbed her place one time.
They're pretty much rival cults from where we came.
Wait, we're a
Yes, hear
cult?
that? Rival cults. Oh, yeah,
Oh, they're
for sure a cult.
cultists.
Wait, but we never asked anybody to join us.
You kept asking people to join your community.
That was a
sounded pretty
community.
cultish.
That's not a cult. That's just a community.
What's the
Yeah, and
difference?
then, you promised them, oh, I'll keep you safe.
Hey,
When
all I
you were on
know is,
vacation,
they could have.
And all your
And then,
people
then
got
you
robbed.
asked them. Then you asked them to grow drugs without compensation, except drugs.
I didn't even get to bring up the drug part.
And you gave no one
Really?
any
What about
15s
Randy?
and you shot him.
Okay, now we're going back to ban off.
Yeah, it's the same thing though. You got
No,
people
I mean
to work
that
for
was
you, and
because
then
I
you-
was a businessman. That was a business decision.
So he's prone to shoot him then.
Oh, yeah.
I thought I got
You
paid
don't-
well for the
you don't-
business we did.
You did get paid really well.
Oh, you're lucky.
I'll go ahead and say it. If we find another long coat the same kind, I'll put it on.
We don't have to. I know you don't like the way it works with a gun.
He's not,
I mean, I can
he's not
switch-
wearing a gun. He has banana in that holster.
Well, he does,
You didn't even notice my
I-
banana?
no, trust me, I have. I just completely forgot until he just pointed it out again.
But that is probably the coolest thing I've seen here.
The banana in the holster.
It's that tactical banana.
When we found it that day, I couldn't believe it. I thought it was a taser when I seen the yellow. I was like, oh, look at that.
Actually, thinking about it, I don't know if we can even find tasers because there's no police stations, and I haven't seen police cars. I guess
yeah.
just the military ran this whole fucking island.
That's what
Yeah,
the
where
doc.
the hell are
Well, I keep calling him the doc, but the rabbit they had some like I don't know, like a military police thing. You know, they worked for the company. They were kind of like the cops around here.
Yeah, but alright, so like the big city in the north, like it doesn't even make complete sense because why would the hospital be on another island so far from the city? And there's not even like a direct road to get from that city to even to the hospital. Like
Aren't there helipads? Maybe these.
there are helipads, but with that many apartments, like I don't.
The documents pertain to a lot of research going on. After everything went to shite, perhaps it was an emergency set up right along the harbor. Taking the sick, do experiments.
Well, there's a hospital up in that big city.
Okay, actually, no, he's right. There is one shitty hospital. I forgot about it because it's not the nice hospital. It's the other.
Well, the
The
storm
other
let
one that
up.
doesn't have the front desk. The one that has little glass. Like. Storm went up and we got like 15 minutes to nap time. Let's head south.
That's north.
Okay, yeah, that's north. My bad.
And what of you, Dougal? You part of either one of their cults?
No. I live by myself out in the woods.
By yourself?
Yep.
He runs a cloning facility because we see McDougal zombies everywhere.
I mean, I do got a pet chicken, so.
He also don't be too humble. He in the Novo community, he had a little trading store.
I can't imagine willingly living alone. Isn't that far more dangerous?
I mean, he doesn't have to worry about anyone stabbing him in the back.
Or being in his pool.
Then again, sounds
You
pretty
son of
posh.
a bitch, stop bringing that up.
Hey, who's that guy we met at the school last night?
What, a cousin?
Yeah, our
yeah,
cousin.
I hear him.
Like on the
Oh,
radio?
he's on the radio.
Oh,
Yeah, he must be on the radio.
about to say, shit. How'd he get all the way out here?
Well, he's up at near the school, I would assume, and we're all kind of in the south.
Yeah, he might as well just want to run around.
You ever get that car working?
Are you talking to him? He did. I mean, he's pretty sure he knows where an Olga's at. I told him to burn it.
Do you have an
Okay.
Are any of us okay?
What do you mean?
I don't know. I'm hoping I'll wake up and, you know, realize I'm back in Cherno one day.
Oh, you're just having a bad fever dream. You just wake up and it's like 90 degrees out, no fan.
Yep, sweating.
Like you just.
It's a nightmare because you had to work with us.
Yeah. Hey, all to get home. I'll work with anyone.
Oh yeah, but
Even that fox.
Even Bubbles?
Yeah. Even Bubbles.
What about Piggy? Would you work with Piggy?
No. No.
would you?
Well, that's good because he isn't anyone. He's dead.
Good.
Pretty sure he drowned like a rat in that tunnel.
Oh, that's what we hope. If not, he got, you know, he stuck onto one of those planes, and we should all be worried about that.
I'll just shoot him if I ever hear him again.
But that's Ardic's friend.
That's true, that's the only reason he wasn't shot was Ardic's friend. What do you say it was, like a guard dog?
Yeah, and how's he gonna feel that, you know, he left him in Banoff? He may not be, you know, feeling too friendly after that.
So, you know, another thing I've been thinking about, like, I know we have, like, these, like, the black roots, you know, hunter pants, right? Is there not a matching top?
Like a black top? From Roots?
Yeah, why would you only do half the sets?
I mean, maybe he did.
Also, I haven't seen any white hunter stuff.
I wouldn't mind seeing like a full white, full black version of the, you know, like maybe a Roots version of the coat.
Yeah. I do know I'm a fan of that, the overcoat.
I mean, a couple different colors, you know, more colors of them would probably be nice, right?
It would be.
Hey.
Before I die.
What?
Who's dying?
I was just scared and you had a pickaxe in your hand behind me.
Nah, I was trying to see if I could work this in my bag so I could get rocks later.
Ow.
You deserved it.
Having frostbite sucks.
Hey, your cousin said you found one earlier, but you didn't want it.
Like 2 hits and I'm feeling a little yellowish.
You should have picked it up anyway.
Reconsidering making that deal.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go see the hag eventually, yeah. Anything good?
No, but we should get on the bridge before nap time or we're gonna have to fight those again.
Yeah, valid point, yeah. Same. Same. Just one time. Just let me find something on a porta potty.
It's a really long bridge. Crossed it the other day.
Like, you should be able to find books, or maybe like rags, just in the porta potties. Maybe a lighter. Yeah, that could work.
Okay, for a moment I was about to say, holy shit, the bridge is out, we're fucked.
I'm not going on that right now. Not this close to nap time. Called it. I'm so glad I did not go on that. Even if there was like an off chance of like falling through it, or it just spawning like just slightly wrong. And server should be back up in like a minute or two. Hope everybody's having a good night or morning. Should have been playing. Unless you just get into watching. Yeah, no, I can understand that one. Like, it's kind of nice, you know, when you just kind of just kick back and relax, you know, and just watch how it all unfolds. Morning.
Dan, good morning.
You know, this seems like the kind of thing that you would, you know, push people off of.
It's also the kind of thing I'd like to jump off of.
Just express elevator it.
Isn't there a name for that?
You know, actually, as we just crossed that, I wish we could build, you know, little fenceway walkways like this.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that would come in handy, wouldn't it?
There's
Damn. That's that throwback to earlier conversation about knocking over a fence.
Yep.
It's like half fences to make a catwalk.
Also, were you thinking of what is it, the Call of the Void?
Oh, is that what it is? Like when you get close to an edge and you have this wild urge to jump?
I think it's also, I think they even say that part of, you know, if you're just driving and all of a sudden your brain goes into like, hey, what would happen if I just turned the wheel right now into this, you know, guardrail?
Yeah, the water looks a little shallower, I'd jump.
See, what's kind of funny is you called it Call to the Void, and when I did my express elevator jump, you know, it's because I wanted to visit the lady.
I thought you said you did that because I told you to do
what
it.
Is? You did. That was the whole reason. Yeah, that's that.
Oh, yeah, then. Oh, so you just wanted to go see the lady. See how it is.
Oh, is it a guarantee then, Marbles, that you'll come back each time?
I mean, I don't know if it's a guarantee, but it's so far.
It seems kind of risky, you know, jumping just to see a lady.
You know, I'd do anything for the right kind of lady. Including shoot my brother in the ass cheek.
Okay, wow.
And what sort of person would ask you to do that?
Any lady?
Like I said, I'd do anything for the right lady.
I suppose I can kind of get that. Like, say, you find a group, you do anything for them.
Okay, so hold up real quick. McDougal's straggling a little bit.
It's, you know, it's probably those foot wraps that just, they get a little stuck.
I saw something down there at that barn. Just a zombie.
So-
But he's dressed
so
in
we gotta check-
firefighter gear, which is kind of weird.
Do we want to check the marsh thing first, or just go directly north?
I'm
Yeah,
interested in the marsh.
yeah, we should just hit it up.
Alright, well, let's check it out then.
Need a knife?
I don't.
Nah. I think most of us are good at knives.
See a unicorn.
Nope, did not realize it. It's a little cold.
No.
I don't understand.
Oh, apparently I ruined my pants. Well, not ruined, ruined.
I was about to get worried there. I mean, I know we're traveling a lot, but you could have asked
Oh, what the
to,
hell?
you know, take a piss break.
There's two of these in this
Oh,
one trunk.
jeez. And we looked for a while for just get one. So we just following this road.
Trying to figure out because it's on a dirt road, but
Yeah,
Doesn't
there's,
seem like there's anything here.
no, there should have been buildings.
Oh no, the building's back over there.
Oh yeah, isn't that where we came from, or you mean down on this side?
Oh, hey, that's where we came from.
I guess
It's just down that
So
road.
that was technically the marsh.
Yeah, that little pond.
maybe it's because it's not like the wet season, it's the cold season, so like it's dried up a little bit.
It's all
I
froze
think
over.
it's always cold.
I don't know. Didn't they fire off a nuke around here? Maybe that's why it's like, you know, frozen.
Not so much a nuke. As whatever that portal is.
Did one of those
Wormhole device.
did one of those books say that at least one of those Russian subs sent off a nuke here?
Yeah, it did.
That's
I
what-
thought that was the U.S. Marine Corps.
Oh.
Oh, the USMC set it off.
One of them did. That's why there's like that created too.
No, it's definitely the Russian sub.
Well, there's something neat in here.
Did you say
Neat. Neat.
Yeah, neat. Like, a white poncho.
Oh yeah, look at that.
And white shoes. Was Arctic here?
Maybe.
Wait, is Arctic the one that actually started all this shit? Is he the one that pushed a button that blew up crap?
You know,
Because I'd believe it after being off.
this is true. Yeah, that would be up his alley.
There's a lot of random garbage in here. That's...
And you just want to burn it all, don't you?
I do kind of want to burn it all.
Like it's just eating you alive. You just want to burn it.
Do we need a heat buff? I mean, that's the question at the moment, besides burning stuff.
Are you looking for like a twofer? Get heat buff and burn shit?
Sure, I think we could. Sun's almost setting. Probably be a good idea.
And my feet are wet.
Because, I mean, these are the only buildings from here to the military if we're going to the L-16 or whatever.
Yeah, might as well. We'll get some wood. Long sticks. Long stick. Long stick. What about you? Why don't you give me just firewood?
Got firewood.
And then here comes McDougal with a tire.
Okay, that's too large to be burnt.
No, I just think he wanted to see.
Yeah, I just wanted to see.
But yeah, after this, I guess follow the dirt road just north, and then we get up to L16.
Yeah, it should be pretty easy.
Aye. When your vacation's over, you planning on taking a plane out?
Maybe a boat.
I mean, we haven't been able to. Maybe a helicopter.
Maybe, I don't know.
Probably a helicopter.
Maybe a weird bubble thing.
Maybe a weird
You know, like
Yeah, we forgot this wormhole and have it take us back.
I don't even know if we could pinpoint how to use the wormhole.
well, I mean, Rabbit can probably do it, right?
And he didn't seem sure he could do anything.
He was so sure. What's he doing up here?
No, I said he wasn't sure he could do anything with the wormhole.
Well, you know, we'll just keep, we'll find the documents and maybe he can figure something out.
You guys need some ammo?
Hey, what do you got? I did say I need a 5.56 and 380.
I got a little 380.
Well, most 380 I've seen all day.
I use the 5.56, so I'm keeping all that.
I mean, I use 7.62 short, but I'm alright on ammo for that, so... Oh, thank you, but no thank you. Okay, unless you really want to get rid of it.
Anybody have an extra weapon cleaning kit?
Boy, you all don't really travel prepared, do you?
No, he had one, but he used it up because he can't resist shooting so fucking much.
I don't know what he's talking
Well,
about.
I can attest to that.
I only got into like 3 or 4 gunfights on the way down the rabbits.
Oh God.
There's a lot of zombies around.
Also, that mystery person.
Hey, what about him?
Oh, isn't that the second time?
The one that I've been shot at?
Aye.
Hey, you know, you get used to it after a while.
Just seems to follow you. And I'm not a huge fan of something like that creeping about.
Oh, it took a minute, you know, to feel the warmth.
Oh, it's how you like that.
Anybody have an IV stock kit?
Aye. Oh, I had one.
I think Marbles burned them all at that hospital.
I did. If you
Oh,
wanted one,
there
you
she
should
is.
have took it.
Hmm? Oh, I didn't need it till now. No, you know,
Alright, you guys ready to head out?
I'm good.
I'm actually pretty tired. I might sleep in that shed out back and make way north in the morning when I wake up. I don't want to fall
Oh
too
shit,
far
my
behind.
boots are still wet.
Your boots are fucked
Come
up
on.
looking too.
They are a little bit, yes. Just, you know, just some wear and tear on them.
Let me fix them up for you.
Appreciate it. This floor is really cold.
You have some nice feet.
Thank you.
I thought you said you had frostbite.
You'll
mean,
learn. He's a liar.
how dare you?
Oh, I
Cultist.
think I already picked up on that.
Listen. I'm upset about that. You know, the frostbite, because I used to sell these pictures of these feet. They were money makers. Are you offering that to me?
You sold pictures of your
you'll
feet.
need it.
I appreciate it. Yeah, it was great money in that.
Why would somebody want to buy pictures of feet?
Oh, I have no idea. See,
Yeah, and he kept telling people he was a foot model.
yeah, I did.
He sold foot porn. I think there's a big difference.
How dare you? How dare you put me down like that?
Oh,
We
the
weren't in
foot,
magazines modeling toe rings.
Oh, look at that.
Oh,
We're
God.
losing daylight.
Oh
Probably
yeah, we
go.
should really. We should get at it. Yeah, definitely.
Alright, baby, we're gonna crawl up in a shed and go to sleep. Have a good night.
Yeah, thank you.
And make sure
Thanks
you,
for
Hey,
not
good luck.
shooting me.
make sure you light a fire and stay warm.
Good night, sleep
good
tight,
point.
don't let the piggy bite.
Hey. Not funny.
Yeah, a little bit. Unless Biggie actually does show up and bite. That would actually be kind of bad.
This piggy person, one of his kin.
Oh, I don't think he would enjoy you hearing that being said.
He denied it, but he also wore like a different kind of pig mask.
Big face. Big face. Wow. You almost hit me with that. Oh shit, he actually got her with that rock.
Is that what that was?
Yeah. Got you right in the back of the knee.
For a second, I thought you had beamed me again.
I mean, it probably felt the same.
Like a little bite, yeah. Oh, I love this weather.
We're coming, we're coming.
Man, you really find car tires all over the place. Seems a little excessive.
And apparently they were just dropping them wherever they could.
It's thanks to that I was able to spot a fine looking Olga.
I'm sorry, what?
Those are terrible cars.
I've got her almost ready to go.
An Olga, you say, huh?
Why?
Why would you want to drive an Olga?
Because they're wonderful
Well, it's a
vehicles.
close. Well, and it was close.
Oh, so you're saying it was an ugly vehicle that was not your first pick, but you have to settle for it.
I don't really view vehicles as, you know, ugly or pretty. It's a machine.
Yeah, but some machines are beautiful.
Like what?
Okay, for instance, this is a beautiful machine.
Ah, you've got me there. And I would say your insides are a machine and they look quite gorgeous.
Hey, when have you seen... Oh, well, I guess technically you saw my insides when I slit my throat that one time.
I kind of carved you up a bit.
Yeah. Is that on the left? Up the hill? That's on purpose, yeah. That's an overlay. Oh, he went
Now the
loud.
fun begins.
I guess we're going loud.
Yeah, would seem so. He wants it loud. That's what we're doing. That was a good run, Brownie. That was a good run. That was fun. Well, my gun looks like
Anyone
shit now.
bleeding?
I'm good. Where'd McDougal go?
Probably doing his big Dougal things.
Crow.
You know, as soon as I said he's doing McDougal things, what do we hear? A big boat.
Yeah, I mean, it was good timing.
He really is doing McDougal things. I appreciate it.
Aye.
Question is, did he blow himself up?
Suppose you could watch.
Then you could see the insides of somebody else.
For. Oh, lovely. I'm in a bit pent up.
You tired? I mean, yeah, it is definitely late. Especially late for you.
Oh, goddamn.
Was that a good or bad? Goddamn. That.
No,
He,
that wasn't good.
what'd you do?
I may have stepped on a landmine.
Oh, where was it?
In those bushes at the bottom of the stairs.
McDougal hit a landmine.
Oh shit.
Yeah, he's looking a little rough.
Are your legs broken?
Yeah.
I can get more cloth if you want to stand still. I've got sticks.
I got plenty of cloth. You got sticks.
I got sticks. Do you need a sewing kit? Or are they fact? I made a torch.
Oh, god damn it.
Too soon?
But right, I saw some pieces of clothing back there. I'll cut them up.
Oh, you wanna know the worst part?
What'd it do?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I was the one that placed that landmine there.
Oh. Oh, so you just hit your own trap.
I forgot about it because it was like over a week ago when I put it there.
Oh boy. I guess it's a friendly reminder that they can be anyways. Ran into his own landmine. This is why it's always important to remember where you put your landmines and bear traps.
Here you are. Sorry, it took a bit.
That's a sneaky little spot too. Like, what are the chances someone's going to take the time right by the steps to check for a landmine? Well, that saves me a trip.
Yeah, I found a large military tent.
Well, you're doing better than McDougal.
I'm guessing all this was checked down here then?
Yeah, this was, yeah. So, McDougal may have ran into his own landmine.
Do we have to
Want
get
wait
his
in the
stuff?
bunker?
He's not dead. He's not dead. He's just...
Oh, he's not dead? Okay, that's good.
Just messed up all my clothes.
Yeah. I did drop him a brand new one.
So, I know you're partial... I don't know if you want a green bag, but there's also a big black Alice bag in there.
Well, they're a bit large for my liking. You know, peeping corners and such.
Hey, speaking of large things, check out what I found.
It's a good find.
You have something large? I got something explosive.
Kind
Oh,
of head
head
strap.
straps.
anyways, yeah.
Should we,
why? You're gonna get yourself blown up.
What? No, it's just as long as everybody in this group remembers. There's a landmine there. Can't really see what's down north of us.
I don't think there is anything north of us. If we go directly west and over the mountain, we'll be at Athena 2, though.
which is the plan, but Google, is any other shit ruined?
Not just this backpack, but I'm gonna switch it out.
Do you need a leather sewing kit? I got a little bit left on the one she gave me.
Yeah, I could definitely use one.
Well, that backpack was a good find.
Yeah, I guess I didn't help McDougal.
Alright, so we're just pretty much going straight up that way.
Oi, sorry, just sorting my gear.
Also, you do like the green one. Ah, I got you again.
You know, every time I have a little bit of that, I feel a little less shooty.
And you know, that's the last one. So, hopefully it'll last a bit.
Oh, god damn it.
What?
Oh, that's the last one, right?
That was the last epi I had on me. Dude, McDougal put the bag down, but why didn't you take any of the injectors if you needed some?
There was a lot.
Not that. I've got a couple just to keep him. I'd rather not get shot again.
What? Who said that would shoot you?
Backing hurts.
I thought you said it was like a little bee sting.
Nobody wants to get stung by a bee.
Well, no, that usually sucks. Oh,
Here, so you can get close and pick him.
she acts like I'm gonna bite. Oh,
There you go, double dog.
yeah. Feeling good. Feeling good.
Probably should have given that to Dougal.
I'll be fine.
I mean, I can give him an epi.
Yeah, but morphine might have helped him with this pain if he has any.
You know, it's the one thing I didn't grab.
Just walk it off.
He'll be fine. McDougal's a man's man, you know?
Each their own. I mean, if that's his taste.
I mean, look at him. He's in, you know, cloth feet, you know, just going through snow like a boss. Oh, I know what you were doing.
What are you talking about? I did nothing.
Oh, yeah, yeah. That shit, I missed.
Why'd you move? Are you afraid of a snowball?
A little bit, yeah. That might get me wet. Apparently this isn't, oh, there it is. Like, it wasn't real snow. Oh, damn.
Right.
Oh,
Got one.
oh, jeez.
Oh.
Damn.
It's just a sidestep.
Do it. Do it. Ah, it's so close.
You say that, but that was like 4 feet in front of me.
Hey, you know, that's pretty close. They should have been right behind us. Oh.
Academic.
Oh. Hey there.
No, I don't know. No. Do you have food? Are you gonna freeze to death?
I have food I can heat up. This could be a major problem.
Does McDougal, does one of you have a cooking pot?
Oh,
Yeah.
oh.
I'm not blinking
He
yet.
just ate snow.
Oh, shit. Oh,
He has food on him. He just needs to warm it up. But if we want to try that,
I mean, if we want to do it, a fire, we'd have to go for here. Just
I've got sticks.
like I'm not blinking.
Yeah, we can run over to the trees. The fuck
need
did
food,
you
I got
eat
a fish
snow?
here.
No, it has to be.
no, it has to be warm food.
How quickly did you go? Did you start flashing blue?
You saw how long I got in the truck. We drove a little bit, and then it was like, all right, I'm.
Oh shit, yeah.
Like it's
No,
going
you
down
need to see it
rapidly,
now.
right?
What?
Is your temperature going down?
It has a down arrow, then an up arrow, then down a little bit, then an up.
Yeah, it's gonna do that, and you're just gonna keep dropping.
So what I gotta do? If I just throw some meat in there?
Why? Eat the
I
spaghetti.
probably
It's
pull the
70.
spaghetti out before it's damaged.
Wait till it's 60 and you can eat it.
What, does he want it hotter to counteract what he did?
He's going to burn himself if he eats
Yeah,
it
you
too hot.
can't eat it hot.
You just burn your tongue a little
Right,
bit, you'll be
right.
fine.
You should be able to eat it now.
Don't you?
Oh, I threw it over you. Made you think?
I mean, you did try to hit me in the back with one. I mean, I'm still feeling pretty good.
May have caught it early.
Maybe I only shoved like a little bit in my mouth.
That maybe you stopped in time, yeah. Oh, look, there's a cross up there.
Oh shit! Want to go see it?
A little ominous since you almost died.
This is true. Hey, you coming?
Hi.
That could have been really bad.
It's close. Got some distance on
Oh, we
that
can
one.
see Athena down there.
Yeah, the arc is pretty high though.
If I hadn't stopped, like we would be in a whole different situation right now.
I don't understand what got in your head to start shoveling snow in your face.
Yeah, you know, it might just be the altitude.
A bit of a glutton.
I mean, it looked really good. Fresh snow.
You should see it with blood splattered on it.
There's Zeds, and you just drew him from talking.
Ow.
Fuck!
Ow, ow. Are
Sorry.
you hitting on me?
I didn't mean to hit you. I apologize.
You ruined my pants. Look, well, I say ruined, they're damaged.
Here you are.
So dramatic.
Oh, I apologize. I know it's right.
What military's down there? That's not the one we just. Is that the one we just came from?
It is, sorry. Oh, would you look at that?
I don't remember seeing that building down there. You know what?
Did
Maybe
you see this?
I didn't go that. What am I looking for out there?
That's the moon. Like,
Oh,
caught in a strip across the ocean.
anybody got a flare? Like a flare gun?
Look at that smoke landed in the water.
Yeah, they got some distance.
Hey, go back there for a second. Look at me.
Cheese burger.
Why did you say it like that? You know what that makes me want to do?
Do you want me to take my boots off?
I wasn't even there for that. It was just a story.
Want me to take my?
Oh, I could go for a burger. That sounds so good.
I can take my shoes off. Do you want me to take my shoes off? Right here. You know,
Why would you take your shoes off?
we can get.
Anyone got some nails? I think I. Oh,
Hold
no,
on,
I
hold
don't
on.
need
We can
shoes,
get we
really.
can get the feet in there real good, real good.
Oh, I do
No,
have
you
some
take your
nails
shoes
on me.
and your
See,
take your shoes
See?
and your gloves off. I know what we're gonna do.
I know what you're thinking, and that sounds like it would hurt. So if you could focus on the feet though, like when you're doing it. Hey, there's a heli.
Yeah, that's why the zombies are up here. McDougal already checked. It's a bunch of clothing, and then he found like one magazine for like a 70 something, 74. Actually, there's nothing about.
Some bullets there.
See, I don't see any details. It could be about the Athena garbage.
Hey, yeah, I'm not seeing anything either about that. Ow.
Oh, you're sporting yourself as right proper beacon.
Oh yeah, that's all to save your life. You know, they'll shoot at me and they won't see you.
Or it's drawing attention straight to us. As far as all they see is just a bunch of black lines running on the snow.
Hey, well now they'll see 2 red lines. You know, as soon as the shooting starts, you're able to, you know, jet off and they'll be just looking at the red line.
I wouldn't leave you. The return favor. Wouldn't be right for me to just leave.
It'll be fine.
Well, that's why I'm staying.
A sled? That would actually be quite fun. If there was something that you could get on and
I
it would like
imagine
slide
this trip
down.
would have been much harder alone.
Yeah, maybe just only a little bit. It's only a little cold up here at night.
Sorry.
Shit, oh 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 shit. Oh, owie.
You're right.
Oh yeah, I feel peachy.
I'm good.
Right as rain.
I'll have a look at you in a second.
Yeah, no, I'm doing well. I'm doing fine.
Hold still.
Oh, came around the corner and apparently everything was dead that could be out there was there.
Oh, you're properly fucked up.
No,
At
no,
least you're not bleeding.
I feel fine. He only cut me twice. I'll just
Does it hurt when I poke your rib?
out. No, it's fine. I'll walk it off.
You fractured some.
Nope, it's good. Never felt better.
Oh, you look it.
Just, you know, I feel great. I'll take the edge off a little bit.
you mind popping your light off? You're very vulnerable right now.
Oh, he's hobbling.
I feel fine. It's great. She poked me in my ribs and it didn't hurt at
We're
all.
gonna go down to the darkness.
Is that what we're doing? Let's do it. I'm totally good. I'm ready for this.
That noise. What the fuck is...
We're in some sort of facility. Pay attention to signs.
NAC. The NAC was he said that's the one who was kind of like the police.
They headed the research. My head. I'm gonna have to put my headlamp on, but I'll be without my glasses. I can't see very well.
Down here you ain't gonna need it. None of the lights work.
I found one of the planning papers in here.
I found nails.
Oh, where at?
Here.
Comp center.
Have a look.
You hungry?
I'm alright. I'm assuming McDougal's just looting everything while we stand here, huh?
I wonder if
Yeah, pretty much.
wait, you want to fix up your gloves?
I can now that I just found the sewing kit.
Oh, I had a couple extras. That's why I was asking.
Do you need bandages?
I got a couple of them.
Enough moss.
Did you get that little shot there? I don't really need that.
Also a jump mag for Saiga back there.
Hey, I found another document.
Oi, oh, what?
Also that drug mag for the Saiga. I would love that.
Marvels, where are ya?
Anybody want this moss?
No thanks on the FAMAS.
Anybody need an extra sewing kit?
Did you come down the floor, or are you still up the floor?
Oh, I was reading up top.
Oh. I guess you need it.
I kind of like those old military boots. I just wish they were better insulation.
I mean, they're high. As long as the other stuff's good.
Yeah, I still lose like a knife slot.
There's that, yeah.
That's the computer on.
I mean, if McDougal can run around with, you know, in foot wraps, you can wear anything you want.
Actually, where'd you go? Come back real quick.
Right here.
If I had capris on, do you see why I like the boots now? They're not stupid wellies,
True.
and this would look nice with capris.
Maybe I'd have to, you know, I'd have to see how it looks.
Did you get the document? Because
I picked it up, yeah, just in
I
case.
thought I thought she was coming down to get it.
Yeah, I'll just throw it at it. Hey, do you think this is another one of those machines that turns on during a storm?
This is the machine we turned on one time. I don't know how it works.
Oh.
You need a card.
No,
Security
you don't need a
access.
card.
Access.
Hey, definitely need a storm though.
I think it has to be during a storm.
We haven't had a storm in a while either.
Nobody's head is starting to split.
I mean, I'm not hearing voices.
I am, but none of the unusual ones.
What sort of voices?
You know, the ones that tell you to do things.
You wouldn't happen to have that document on you, would you?
Oh, he's the one that picked it up. I left it so you could see where it was and pick it up.
Wonder where your brother is.
Yeah, I'm over here. Just checking out one of these side rooms.
Second floor.
Same floor as you were on?
I need to meet with you.
Right here.
I heard you had a document.
M16 here. It's pretty messed up though.
Hey, check those two out.
Matter of pride at this point.
Yeah, you trying to figure out which one you want to choose?
There we go. No, I was just getting up. I'll be upstairs reading.
Are you sure you don't want to come down here?
Why is that?
Come down the stairs.
Right?
Have you ever been to the bottom? Have you ever been here?
I haven't. Considering I'm packed to the brim with, stuff, I can't really carry anymore.
Alright, go down there. You need to go in the door.
Right? Some sort of G-man.
I don't know. Apparently, that's a tunnel to Brinsk. And Ninja Underground, which I didn't even know there was an underground over there, but I don't know how to get there.
That's interesting. And it's locked. You ever play a lot of video games, before everything fell to shit?
Like some kind of nerd?
Nerd.
Not, oh, yeah, right, only nerd would.
I totally didn't play Warcraft.
Total nerd.
Or those silly Half-Life games, certainly not. I feel like I'm stuck on something.
The biggest nerd.
So do you think it's like nuclear waste in these barrels? Should I taste it?
I think it was that vast radiation they were talking about. Minor little pulses coming from the alien device.
I was gonna say, if you're like stuck moving in only one direction, sometimes you need to alternate your footsteps because they get stuck.
Or do a little roll. I'm just thinking, like having that portrait on there. We may need to use the wormhole to get to the underground.
I don't know, maybe.
I mean, if some nerds were to know who that was.
Alright, so should we head out? Try to go back, home and stuff?
Let's bang like a baby and head out.
I thought babies could also come ass first.
I mean, if you want to go ass first, I mean, I feel like that's, dealer's choice.
My nose has started to bleed.
Oh yeah, check the detector. Are we good to travel, or we're not
We're
gonna have
not.
a...
We're good. It's been on the hunt the entire time.
I appreciate it.
It was Dougal.
Well, actually, before we head back, I guess there's a couple more barracks. That way we could check.
We're up here. Might as well hit him.
Your Dougal friend.
Hey, he's right there.
They bounce back pretty quick.
Who, me? Hey, like I said, I was just walking off. It's alright, that rib will heal.
Is it the same rib I kicked you in the other day?
It's
Yep.
rough.
Well. Yeah, we didn't have to go poking it. Yeah, watch that fire.
Oh, we've got more.
It'll be fine.
Yeah, it was just a general screaming. Two, in fact. Do you ever hit up Millie's quiet?
What? Why would I do that? There's a gun repair kit back there, if you need it.
Oh, I've got two. If you haven't got one, I'll just replace one of mine. Oh, blood on the ground. The paint is so brown. You're right over there.
Damn fine.
You get a little messed up. Yeah. Careful about keeping one. If you keep it one loud, they might keep coming.
Oh, now he wants to be quiet. They work in the shadows.
I mean, hey, you keep doing it up if you got the ammo for it. Oh, that's really close to my head.
It's a wood chip supply.
You know, I could use a gun repair kit.
Alright, there's like half of one over here still.
It doesn't have enough, just let me know. That would be a bar.
Yeah, he's close.
And it sounds... Yes.
You don't need a ballistic helmet.
Nah, I'm not gonna go to white.
Ed, where'd you hear that bear?
Sounds like it's northeast.
Okay, Marbles.
Nothing up the name it wants.
How do you know what I want?
Well, do you want a big old helmet and a white ghillie wrap for your gun?
Not quite my style.
Because I mean, hey, if you really want it, we can go back and get it.
I don't really wear helmets. Figure if I'm going to get domed, I'd rather it be over quick than walking around with a bullet partially lodged in my skull.
Or, you know, it may just hit hard enough, you know, just gives you, just really knocks the head around.
Like we need any more of that between the storms. I'm wondering, did you find yourself wandering out, looking for your daughter on the last one?
Hey, what are you talking about?
Before the last storm, you were talking about your little bird. Oh, that's the bear. Watch out, watch out!
I'm in trouble.
Oh god. McDougal destroyed it though.
That was awesome, Dougal.
Well, it's coming after me. I had to.
How many bleeds you got?
I'm surprised. I'm actually
I'm
surprised
good,
it went
just
for
one.
you. Like, I was in front.
And then I was right there, and it didn't care about us, no?
It had a knife. Look at that.
Did you just say it had a knife?
It did. I had to take it out.
Ow! Oh, careful!
Oh, she cut me.
Bleeding all over the place.
I know. I'll take care of it later.
Is there something out there in the woods we're missing? Yeah, I got one more coming in.
You'll have to let
I
me
mean,
give you a return cut.
You could take its assault vest. Too bad we didn't take a butt pack.
Oh, look at that. Alright.
If you ever see a vest on one you want, just punch them or shoot them in the head.
The only ones I've seen are green.
Yeah, well, that one's black.
There
Yeah,
weren't
we
any
didn't
weapon
take the
cleaning
butt
kits
bags.
back there that you seen.
What was that?
What?
You see any weapon cleaning kits around here?
I gotcha.
So yeah, we only had the one, but I think Marbles and I pretty much used it up.
Hey, are Dougal.
Oh no, that bear messed up my gun a little bit.
What do you got in there?
At first I was...
Ah.
It's the wrong color code, so I'm not gonna wear it, but I'm gonna take it back anyway.
Yeah. So what we say though? For something?
Can we go ice skating?
Maybe later.
Do you think it's thin ice? Can I walk on it?
You're on thin ice, buddy.
Oh, McDougal's...
You'll have to let me give you a return cut later.
We're just gonna start adding.
I didn't know you were in a knife play.
Oh, it's only fair, right?
Well, then by that logic, you should be shooting him in the ass.
About to say, yeah.
Ah,
I mean,
no. Just the blade?
the bowels, your light's still on.
So where are we heading to now?
What's that up there?
The big lollipop? There's military shit up there, but I don't think we have any room to actually really go up there. But we need to investigate that at some point as well.
Yeah, that's
Did you
right.
say lollipop?
Okay, it's a fake lollipop. It's not a real lollipop, but you know.
Have you ever seen one? That looks more like a peppermint stick.
Okay, it's a lollipop.
Lollipops, aren't they the sticks with the big round circle sugar piece at the top?
And now you know why it's a fake lollipop.
But it looks like a peppermint stick.
Actually, that makes me wonder, is it actually like an actual definition for lollipop? Okay, could a lollipop be any shape?
Oh, burgers and now lollipops.
Okay, if we're going into this kind of thing, so... You know how sometimes little girls are called lollies? If you're her
What?
dad, does that make you a lollipop?
That was bad.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but
That was bad.
I mean, really, do you think about it? Is that what that makes you?
Like, you're not wrong, you know? You're out of line, but you're not wrong.
Train of thought, I...
Wolves. This is that
I
direction.
haven't heard wolves yet.
Yeah, no. Coming from where the moon side is. They're yelling.
I hear 'em now.
Yep, they'll be coming up around the mountain when they come. They'll be coming over the mountain when they come.
Coming by.
There they are.
There they were.
Yep, and then they were none.
And more space. All this meat's going to waste.
That is a lot of meat. And pelts. And guts that we can make rope. Rope that we can make sewing kits.
Belt? Belt on my vest is a bit tight.
Oh yeah, I know you put the salt vest on. You saw the downside with it. Even when it's fully repaired, it doesn't have as good as insulation.
Oh, that's alright.
I did not actually know that.
I told you that the other day when you put it on. You said you wanted more space.
That's a little weird that it actually doesn't go back up to, like, you know, what it should for one.
Oh, what's it at now for Warren?
It's bad.
Oh,
It's always
bad.
bad insulation.
Oh, fuck that then. I
Oh
thought
wait,
it'd be
even
like
if it's like,
medium or something.
even if it, yeah, isn't actually even in pristine, it's still bad.
I think so, yes, because it's
I mean,
basically
it's
like
just
suspenders. Like, what are you,
Yeah,
what are
I
you
mean-
getting the warmth from?
Right, it's just a bunch of builds.
I mean, kind of keeps my butt warm.
Actually, does it even count that when it's attached as warmth? I don't even
Yeah.
know.
It's still as bad though.
You have like some sort of butt obsession.
No, what makes you think that?
You shot me in the ass,
You were turned away from me.
and you're concerned about butt warmth.
I was just trying to make an argument about, you know, it's gotta keep my butt warm.
Look, I mean, he was a quote-unquote foot model. We don't know what else he's been doing.
Oh, what, you think I'm a butt model too? That guy's
I don't know
a,
what you did on your Instagram.
he's got an oven.
Well, that's because I see the tower, and it's just easier to just go straight to the tower.
Oh, I wasn't correcting you. I was just yelling to let them know.
Yeah, this goes back to Rabbit's place where we can unload shit.
Ah, shite.
For whatever reason, you said rabbit, and I almost went ribbit, ribbit. I feel like I need to go back to
Find it
school.
warn of frogs.
Actually, I mean, I said Rabbit's place, but Rabbit said, you know, I could use it as an outpost, so it's kind of my place now as well.
He was kind of talking about that when you were on radio silence. He said he wasn't expecting people to just move in. I told him you're some sort of couch surfer.
Oh, wow.
I'm not a couch surfer. I make my own place. He's the couch surfer.
Well, hold on. But how many couch surfers do you know that also show up, clean up your place, organize, build your shit, fix your door?
I didn't plan on living there. Like, I did all that, and he was like, you know, you could live here if you want. And I'm like, alright.
Well,
But I told him I'm not going to live here, that I would just use it as an outpost when I'm in the south.
well, that's my point, though. Like, could you really be a couch surfer if you, like, take
Actually,
care of so many things?
We
It was
shouldn't
this
do that
way.
way. We'll just aggro a bunch of shit going the long way.
I don't know why I'm keeping this vest. I'm gonna trade it out. There. You don't mind me popping in just to warm up a bit.
Yeah, come on in.
Anybody want a landmine?
What?
I don't. There's just the landmine is right there. Oh, did we go through your whole tent of food?
That's the tent in the back. What do you mean?
Nope. I just last time I was in here, that other tent wasn't there.
Yeah.
That threw me for a second.
It was brought down by
Babe.
Do you have any
Go back
sticks?
here if you need food.
They had lots of food.
I don't. Well, didn't I leave sticks in the fire?
There's logs right. Hold on.
There's firewood.
Yeah,
there's 6 firewood right now.
Oh, good.
Yep. There's firewood in this tent too.
That's right, McDougal. You can do that now because the canopies. My plot worked.
So we learn anything from those documents we found?
Well, I still have to read through them. Only got through a bit of the first one. But we can piece them out and see.
Well, yeah. You take your time reading
Here's-
that.
This is... Oh, sure. Alright, nobody's interested.
Oh, we're interested, but we're more of we're more of the doers.
Alright.
Yeah, I'm not good with the intelligence part. That wasn't my application.
Yeah, we do.
Right, you said you acquire things.
Okay, no, that's mission parameters. Whenever you get into a new location, you have to set up a base of operations.
In the family, Marbles was kind of the field guy.
I can't really read. Oh, that's right, my glasses.
Acquisition.
Hostile takeovers.
Do you want to tell her about my hunting expertise? Since you never had those classes with Dad?
Why would it? I mean, that's kind of your... Oh, shit.
No, what are you doing?
I trapped them.
You did it.
How dare you? How dare you? Okay, 3 of us can't be touching it.
The plan is to put it up there where the shelter is. I just gotta move all the shit.
Will it fit up there?
Yeah, I checked just a second ago.
Oh.
It's
Like, just perfect?
It's wide enough, and then I thought the roof would be too short, but no, it's under the roof.
It really can fit quite a bit in this building. Especially like with the high ceilings.
Yeah, this is why I was like, when I saw it, I'm like, alright, I kind of want this, and the guy's building jack shit in here.
Well, yeah, we're just helping them build, we're helping them, well, this whole experiment thing apparently, so. But yeah, do you want to tell her about your hunting trips?
Yeah, it's where I learned how to skin animals. Alive. That guy only screamed a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
Hunting was my specialty. Skinning
Hunter
people
said the
alive.
same thing.
He skinned people alive?
Oh, you mean people. And this was before?
Yeah. I mean, it was called hunting. I mean, that's what Dad called it. We killed a couple hobos.
See, I just went to church.
Not very sporting.
Well, it was about, how to skin them, I don't know why that's not sporting.
They're a bit defenseless, aren't they?
It wasn't about the hunt, it was about how to, you know, take a person apart.
Yeah, you know, you have to get,
it's
you have to pick somebody and all the people aren't really gonna notice. That's fun.
been pretty natural earlier.
You know, we go into hostile territories, but, you know, we didn't always live in a hostile territory, you know, we couldn't just go out in the street and murder people.
This document's talking about radiation. A certain type called Zen.
Isn't that like a meditation state of mind?
It's spelled, I could be pronouncing it entirely incorrect, X-E-N.
Oh. Well, that's not very zen of it.
It talks about, let's see. Alright, so they built the wormhole over fragments of an alien structure that they found that contained biological readings and Zen radiation. Apparently it stretches out all across Namalsk under underground tunnels, but they found the strongest source where they set off. And of course the bastards found some weird devices that were alien in nature and began fucking with them.
As one does.
Sounds a whole lot like Banoff. Almost worse though.
Does the guy who started this project have a name? See, look, it fits like a glove.
I'm honestly shocked.
Like, it fits perfectly.
Like it was almost built for it.
The NAC was actually a sub-corporation for the Athena project. That's what it was originally called. I don't know who headed it.
It was.
Oh, I guess it's not an issue if they can't come through the door anymore.
Oi, so Athena 1 is where the strongest research was put, since I had the hardest readings.
You guys want some food? Some fresh wolf meat outside.
I'm sorry, what?
I mean, the wolf meat.
Yeah, they may want some wolf meat.
We haven't touched the space. Alright, so Athena 2, they take the data results from Athena 1 and break them down at Athena 2. Athena 3 was under construction. They wanted to replicate what they found. Athena 2 had research of some sort of flex capacitor.
I mean, that's weird.
Oh, apparently it was some sort of binding against the effects of the... here it is, the EVRs.
Marbles, you upstairs?
Apparently those flex capacitors kept the EVRs at bay, and then the Russians, like Dougal said, decided to nuke the facility, rendering it useless.
Well, that was bright.
Caused a bit of a cascade. Oi.
I wonder if he went outside.
I think I need to rest my eyes just from reading a bit.
I mean, that's a lot of reading, you know, to try to figure this all out.
I think I'm owed this, right? It's just small cut.
Hey, Marbles, you around? Hey, if you see Marbles, let him know I went to find a place to put my head down for, you know, a bit. Just boots down there.
If you need a spoiler mag, there's one up there.
I think Ashling uses sporters, or at least the 22s.
It's only a 50 rounder anyway.
50 rounds of 22 is quite a bit.
15.
Oh, 15.
You got one of these.
That's a good find.
My vessel's pretty messed up.
Yeah, it's been one of those days. Upstairs, then now won't want to let me up.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, Dougal, do you know on top of the building next to us, the one you're in next to Rabbits, there's a tire up there.
Yeah. Okay, it works.
Surprisingly, they weren't too bothered by you doing that. Hey, if you see Marbles, I already told Ashling, but I'll catch you guys later.
Alright.
I'm gonna curl up in a ball somewhere in here. Alrighty. Well, I appreciate everybody stopping by. Thank you for all the new follows tonight. And thank you, Green Ghost, for the raid. That was a long one. I actually hadn't planned to go for that long. But I appreciate each and one of you for actually stopping by, you know, chilling out and just watching. And I hope you guys have a good morning, afternoon, possibly night. And I'll catch you guys later.